Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins. I know everybody isn't on just yet, but we'll give you a few minutes. Um, Shout out for the show yesterday. We had actually a great show, and I meant to say that. Hold on one second. Where's that echo coming from? All right, there. Let me take it off. All right, there we go. We had a great show yesterday, and shout out to E Will. Thank you. What's going on, E Will? Nothing, just chilling. Um, right now, I just finished getting my kids, ready because they were just chilling and made them something to eat. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. I'm like 20 minutes late, but I had to make them something to eat. But um, yeah, we had a great show yesterday, and I want to say this that our shows is getting bigger now. So definitely it's a good feeling. Cause like I always tell people all the time, I remember I only had like 12, like two people on my show just watching and stuff, and now it's like 10 to 20 to 30 sometimes, and sometimes even larger than that. So that's also a good thing. Thank you, everybody, and also Wednesdays is gonna be sincerely my paramour. It's only gonna be once a week for right now, but I want to make it twice a week. It's just I have to fit it in the schedule. Um, Where's my agenda book? So I have to take my agenda book and start making days of what I have to do. And after this week, I will be good. I can start doing wrestling. I can start doing my podcast. I can start doing, well, two of the podcasts. I can start doing my training and working. So I'm definitely going to start doing, like, fitting stuff into the schedule. So if you see a little change, it's not bad. It's just to fit both of the shows in. Um, I do want to say this. Oh shit, that shit got up to 66 views. Give me 1 second, everyone. So yeah, the shows are getting bigger now. So again, I appreciate everything. You know, I didn't think it would take. Well, yeah, I did take. I thought I wasn't. Well, once I started doing it like live, it started becoming dope. I don't know if I'll be back. I mean, okay. Give me a second. Um. So yeah, after today, yeah, I'll have everything clear. Cause when I get to work, I'll just start doing my schedule. Boom, 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 boom. This is what we're gonna do this week. So I'll be doing things in 3 weeks in advance. So yeah, not topics, but just knowing what I have to do. Um, but yeah, definitely, this podcasting thing is very interesting because I didn't expect, and I gotta be personally honest. I didn't expect my podcast to go like this. Meeting all y'all cool people and stuff like E Will, Shabaka, Miss Ursa, uh, even Kwame. Kwame thinks very different, but at the end of the day, we have to respect what he believes. I know he used. I remember when he used to get mad at me when I used to make stuff about Pan Africans and immigrants and stuff like that. But now he understands why I do it. Because this is the stuff that Kwame likes to talk about, and he don't want to admit it, but yeah, he likes to talk about stuff like this. Shabaka likes to talk about stuff like this. I'm not saying that they like to be mad, but at the end of the day, they like to debate. So give me a second. Yeah. So yeah, they just like to debate, and I feel like there's nothing wrong with debating as long as it's stay respectful and stuff like that, and it's no ill will on it. Shout out to DJ X1. Salute. Thanks. Peace to you, good brother. Shout out to E Will again. But yeah, it's just I always that's why I always try to do what y'all like me to do. Like I forgot who said I gotta remember who said, yo, I should do a super chat. Um the reason why I didn't do it in the first place, it just became complex. Then after that I was like, yo, let me just take time and just look how to do it. You know? I just love black peoples, African Americans, Caribbeans, continental Africans. Yeah, you're supposed to, but at the end of the day, Kwame, this is a debate, or this is just opinions. You know, and this is why I give you this platform to say what you want to say. You know, I know other people on the other podcasters cut you off, and they do one by one. That's why I also try to tell you what they be talking about and how things is going. You can't get mad at another person's platform when they cut you off when they just want you to ask one question and they talk about that one question. You know? It's just like I always tell people all the time, you gotta respect the land, the laws of the land. You know, if you know you ain't supposed to do something and they cut your hands off, you can't be like, oh, this is inhumane and they've been doing this for like 200 years. You know, it's just that's the law of the land. You know you ain't supposed to do it, so why do it? Why get mad when you do it? And you already know that you're not supposed to do it. You know, so but this topic right here, these two topics, I think it will be great for the show. Is black culture being Africanized, and is Pan African another form of what did I say of white supremacy? I need to fix it. So yeah, I thought of this like at 4 o'clock in the morning because I be at work. I don't sleep, so definitely I know I need to get some sleep. I'll get some sleep probably after the show and after my kids are straight, and I'll be good. You know. Give me a second, everyone. Is Pan African another? Okay. I'm gonna fix the title. Is Pan African another form of white supremacy? So yeah, these are great topic questions and stuff like that. I always tell people all the time. I'm kind of shocked this FBA took off. This FBA thing took off. Well, it's not because the thing about it, it's not only about foundational Black Americans. It's about the lineage. I think that's what you forget. You look at it as a cult. We look at it as a culture and our lineage. You know, that's like okay. I'm gonna give you an example. You know how Shabaka always trying to say, "Oh yeah, your family is Benin," because my mother did the little DNA test, and I was explaining to him, Benin isn't that old. Don't forget, Benin was broken into three countries. You know, that's like all the shit that England took from Benin, like all their antiques. That's like saying the Europeans made all of that antiques. You know. That's why they always say protect your culture, protect your lineage. You know? It's like when somebody tell you, okay, I'm native, you don't laugh and say, no, you're not native because you don't look like it. Or try to twist somebody's words and say, oh, you're trying to be an Indian. No, they're the native to this land. Sometimes when people say that when they're aboriginals or they're indigenous, it's just saying that, yo, they're the foundation of the land, you know? They're the people of the land. Like, let me ask you a question, everyone. What happens if I say the white race isn't the real Europeans? Would y'all look at me crazy, or would you be like, okay, what is this man talking about? The reason why I say that because the Moors were there first. The Moors were there first, and they built Europe. That's why it's called Europe because of Europia. So would it be all right to say that the white race isn't really Europeans? Or do we just respect that they said you would be right? Yeah, or thank you. Or would we say, um, give me an example. Give me 1 second. Would I be right, or would you be like, oh, this man is batshit crazy? Because they taught us that Europeans are all white. They're German, they're Polish, they're Norwegian, they're Dutch. So this is the whole thing about foundational Black Americans and respecting what they believe. We have been told by white Americans that Black Americans are all African. They all got off the slave ship. Instead of saying, okay, hold up, let's do more research and see what was going on at these times. Instead of finding out that in Virginia, people were reclassified as Africans, or saying people were shipped different places all around the world to build the agriculture part of America. And I'm not talking about just North America, South America, Central America, even in Mexico. They took those people. They didn't take Africans. They took people from America, built them, and brought them back. Does that sound crazy, or does that sound like, okay, that's kind of logical? Why take some new niggas and you got niggas who already know how to do it? So that's why I always tell people all the time, you got to respect the culture. We can't just be saying, this is why I do a lot of research. This is why I watch a lot of videos. This is why sometimes these videos be just out of the ordinary. Like the video that we did, I think Thursday or Friday, where Elder Sonetta, I have been seeing it like 3 or 4 times now. But guess who was the first one to talk about it? Like legit. It was us. And we just contribute to the algorithm. Those 3 other people I seen, they probably taped it, then did it. Me, I just did it live. We did it live Thursday, Friday. And the reason why we did it, because at the end of the day, it was a very interesting conversation. We started talking about Africa, Pan-Africa, just Black Americans, foundational Black Americans. They put everybody in one room, and we just looked how they talked about it. Some of that stuff, it got kind of a little testy, but at the end of the day, people had to respect what Lex Vortex was saying. This guy was talking. People try to, the thing about it, I feel like this. As a foundational Black American, and I'm gonna call myself a foundational Black American because my culture was the foundation of America. There would not be no America. There would not be a lot of people here if it wasn't for foundational Black America. Did a few people come over on slave ships and contribute? Absolutely. I can't really say help because at the end of the day we would have figured it out. But did they contribute to speed up the process? Absolutely. Everybody always talks about Asians building the train tracks. Black Americans was already doing that. They just use Asians to expand it. John Henry, the motherfucker with the hammer. Was he, or was he not a real person? This is the whole thing about respecting people's culture. Everybody want their culture to be respected, but they don't respect it themselves. You know, Foundational Black America was founded in the 2019. Okay, but at the end of the day, Latina X was founded in fucking 2020. It doesn't make a difference. We still gotta respect who they are. LGBTQIA was founded in 2020, but people still respect them. So we can't just say, "Oh, when it comes to Black Americans, we can't be respected. We can be undermined." No, and this is why y'all getting treated the way y'all getting treated. This is why people are pushing away from pan-Africanism. This is the reason why people are pushing away for Caribbean people. This is the reason why people are pushing away from Africans. Y'all don't want to respect Black Americans. Y'all have never respected Black Americans. Only time y'all ever respected Black Americans is when y'all got something profitable off of it. Your ancestors were African. Oh, everybody's ancestors was African, Kwame. My ancestors was Native as well. And I'm not talking about Native India. I'm talking about Native, Black Native to America, North America. My ancestors had 90% of their generational wealth taken from them. But you don't talk about that. All you want to do is talk about Africanizing Black Americans. What about people who were already in this? What about people who fought for this country? Who didn't give up as a slave in this country? Who has never been a slave and just been at war with Europeans? What about those people? What about the people who mixed and mingled with the Native Americans? Y'all say that like we supposed to. Well, at the end of the day, why won't you go? Okay, Kwame, if you don't need us, why won't you just go to Africa and fight? What are y'all waiting for? This is why I always tell y'all, when y'all talk about the white man, you can't talk about the white man when you live in the same country as with them too. What can history are you making today? There's a political genre. But Pan-African movement is a political statement too. So what are you trying to say? What African country claims FBA? Yeah. Only time Africans want to claim FBA is when they need help, or when they need to join, or when they benefit. Y'all gotta understand, Africans and Caribbeans benefit off of calling themselves Black Americans. Y'all don't benefit of just calling yourself Caribbeans. Y'all have never benefit off that shit. That's why y'all call yourself black. That's why y'all don't want delineation. That's why every time we develop something or build something, y'all Africanize it. Like, yeah, let me tell you something. I used to be like you, Kwame. African this, African that, red, black, and green, red, yellow, and green. We all need to stick together. We all need to come together and unite. And not knowing that we were the only ones uniting with these Africans and Caribbeans. The only people who were pushing away from us was the Africans and the Caribbeans. This is why Black Americans want to delineate. This is why Black Americans don't want y'all bullshit anymore. This is why y'all get mad when we ask you where are you from, and y'all can't tell us where you're from. You could have never been you don't know much more. Man, let me tell you something, Kwame. I did everything for it. I try to bring Black Americans, I try to bring Africans, I try to bring Caribbeans together. That was always my number one goal. until I had to face. I had to wake up and smell the fucking coffee that they don't like black Americans. There is some hatred between Caribbeans and Africans about black Americans. We had never had a word about y'all that was no shit like akatas or anything like that. Y'all can say African booty scratcher. That's a fucking movie. That's a movie from the late 80s. You're mad at, and this is the sad part. Y'all are mad at 8-year-old kids that say African booty scratcher. And don't even know where fucking Africa is. Shout out to Spirit Within and shout out to ILL. Shout out to you, Shabaka, too. Then when people push back on the African stuff, it has to. This is what y'all do. Oh, it's Tariq Nasheed. Y'all, that's y'all scapegoat for everything. It's Tariq Nasheed. It's Tariq Nasheed. It's not Tariq Nasheed saying this shit. This is us saying it. This is how we feel. This is the undermining that I'm talking about. That every time we tell y'all, oh, this is the problem with Africans and Caribbeans, and this is why we're trying to push away from you, y'all can't even accept it. Y'all can't be like, okay, let's try to fix it. Instead of y'all trying to say, oh, let's fix it, y'all just blame black people, black America, for being xenophobic and hateful. Because this is how we feel. This is what we feel that's going on. Like, let's personally be honest. Then when we show y'all all these hateful ass motherfuckers, you be like, oh, we got Stokely Carmichael that helped y'all. We got Marcus Garvey that helped us. The motherfuckers that grift away and left us. See, look at, let me tell you something, Kwame. I want you, instead of writing, read the chat and see how these people feel about Africans and Caribbeans. These people didn't just turn on them for no reason, Kwame. These people don't want to be around Africans and Caribbeans for no reason, Kwame. There's a reason why these people are saying this. What is there to fix? FBI wants to delineate. I respect it. Yes, but at the end of the day, your people don't want to respect it. So now, if your people don't want to respect it, and y'all, don't forget, y'all got to look at each other as a group. Sometimes the way how you feel is not how your team feels. So sometimes you got to say, okay, why is my team don't want to delineate? Let's see why these people are feeling this way about Caribbeans and Africans. What's going on, Randall? Shout out to you. You know? These are the questions that you have to ask. You just look and just read how people feel. Read why people feel like this about Africans. Read why these people talk about Caribbeans and Africans like this. I can tell you why, but at the end of the day, you're not going to accept it. You have never accepted anything I said about Africans and Caribbeans. Oh yeah, before I even start, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat and just in the regular chat. And also, the shares help to bring up my channel as well. And also, if you want to donate to the Bronze Reaper podcast, there's a super chat that is in the display. I mean, in the description, and I'll make another one on. I'll make another one on the multi live chat too. I just sent it now. But hey, give me 1 second, all right, everyone. I got some boiled eggs on the. So yeah, this is what you gotta do, Kwame. You gotta read it. You gotta ask these people why are they having a hard time even with Africans? Because at the end of the day, you you protect all Africans, and you say, "Oh, we're all brothers" and stuff like that. Kwame got naked pictures of Bob Marley. Yeah, crazy. But yeah, shout out to Rando. Africans and jollof rice in New Orleans. That's just disrespectful. Facts. What? Who came to help us to live in America? You only come to take from our people. Facts. Dr. Umar even said that. He said, yo, they didn't come to help us. They came to replace us. You know, protect all. No, you don't protect all black people. You protect all immigrants. And everybody who's down for the cause for you. Shout out to Goddess Pachamama Atlanton, if I said it right. But yeah, it's just at the end of the day, when's enough enough? When can we defend ourselves? Because technically, you just don't want black Americans to defend themselves, or foundational black Americans to defend themselves. Let me ask you a question. And this is for everybody. What if Africans and Caribbeans can't use the label of black? What can they contribute? I mean, what can they benefit? What can they benefit if they don't use black? The word black, and they had to come up with their own title, like African and Caribbean. Do y'all think y'all would survive in America? I don't even think y'all survive in America. You know? Eddie Griffin said black Americans should be mad at Africans. He said not one showing up to help black Americans. Yeah, they didn't help at all. They didn't help us with our struggle really like that. You know? Nah, black is a color, Kwame. If you had to use African, if you had to use Caribbean, y'all would not survive in America. Y'all benefit off of that one word, black. This is why we use foundational black Americans, saying that we're the foundation of America. Like, and this is why I say, you know, everybody is black. Technically, y'all are black Americans by the transatlantic slavery. But y'all aren't foundational black American. It's just you can't tether off of that. It's like me tethering off a Nigerian. I can't tether off a Nigerian because I'm not connected to Nigerian, no form or shape. What Jamaican restaurant don't have Caribbean or Jamaican? Yeah, but I'm just saying, Kwame, that's not going to save you in America. A restaurant isn't going to save you in America. If you say Jamaican or Jamaican hotel, they'll look at your shit like a motel. That's why it's so crazy when people use black-owned business and they don't even like black people. I don't want to be a black American. I'm proud to be a Jamaican. That's all you say is Jamaican American. You don't got to say black American. You can say Jamaican American. Well, Jamaican technically because you was born in Jamaica. You know, you are a citizen of America, but you was born in Jamaica. You know? I'm just being personally honest. It's just y'all wouldn't be able to survive. Y'all wouldn't get no. Y'all gotta understand. Y'all wouldn't. Hold on one second. You won't be able to get no benefits. Like, put it this way, Kwame. Let's say you're a student or you have a kid that needs financial aid and stuff like, and there's all these black scholarships. You wouldn't be able to get those black scholarships. You wouldn't be able to get those the milk and honey that Black Americans have fought for y'all to have. England follow y'all culture? You sure? Like, y'all niggas sound like y'all sound like Peppa Pig, man. Like, I don't see nothing cool about that. You don't see nobody be like, people don't do what y'all do, Kwame. That shit don't even hit like that. Toronto? Toronto don't even have a culture. What is Toronto culture? It's all y'all motherfuckers over there. Nobody don't follow Toronto culture. The biggest person in Toronto is probably whoever touched Toronto is probably Drake and Tracy McGrady. Or even Vince Carter we can do. We can even do Vince Carter. Those are the two biggest people that ever came out of Toronto. And Vince Carter's from America. Drake's father's from Memphis. This is the shit that we gotta say. Nobody's not following that culture. And I like Cordell Official. I always thought he was the dopest Canadian I ever seen. But he's Jamaican. That's Jamaican culture. That's not Toronto culture. Toronto don't have a culture. Just like England. England don't have a culture. All their cultures are stolen. Let me ask you a question. Who walks around talking like they're English? Only time, let me tell you something. Only time anybody ever wanted to be English was when Top Boy came out. But once Drake touched it, nobody wanted to watch it. This is the shit I say. It's Drake. Drake want to be like everybody. Drake is everybody except himself. I just gotta be personally honest. Drake is everybody except himself. Most of you island people are from Europe. Facts. Name something in New York that Caribbean is benefit. Hip hop. Hip hop. Fashion. Y'all think y'all came over here flashy? Hell no. Y'all came over here with flip-flops and the Bob Marley wife beater. The fuck? And Rastafari colors. And a beanie. The fuck? Kwame, I don't think you want to start that. That's every... We can't even move into the projects because Black Americans won't leave and we stuck to rent basements. But why should Black Americans leave when they were there since the 30s? The 20s and the 30s? But he didn't invent hip hop. There's no Caribbean influence. All that is black culture influence. Foundational Black American influence. It really is. It's just, you just don't want to admit it. You know? Like I said, everybody has, like you said, everybody has African DNA, but you got to understand everybody's DNA is still different. It's just like, it's like if a black kid moves to Vermont. He ain't going to be the same black kid like he is if he lived in Massachusetts. Then especially if he lived there and have other kids, he's going to have a different DNA. Has a whole different rhythm and sound that every other music. Yeah, absolutely. You know? And it was mostly about sampling and stuff, and we've been rhyming since fucking the heyday. You know? What separates FBA DNA from Africans and Caribbeans? Well, technically, you, Kwame, you're more African than I am. And the reason why is because we know that your ancestors came from Africa. Most of those people came from Africa. Yes, you are right. But America, you can't prove it. Because don't forget, only 4% of Africans came to America. Are they? Are we still African? Yes, we still have African DNA. But our ancestors, our genetics hasn't touched Africa in probably thousands of years. We can even say, okay, let's say if we did, even 500 years, there's still going to be a change in DNA, Kwame. And you know that. I'm proving it now. I'm telling you. If there's only 400,000 Africans that came over here, why is there over 40 million black Americans right now? It just doesn't add up. Where did these people come from? Then don't forget, we were reclassifying. Even put it this way. Those people that you always say, oh yeah, we brought people from like Jamaica and all these other people up from the Caribbeans and stuff like that. No, we sent people over there. We sent people to fix that country. Y'all couldn't fix the country, Kwame. Y'all couldn't fix those countries. That's why they sent us down there. Then they sent most of us back up here. Did some of y'all come up here? Yeah, absolutely. But guess what? Y'all don't have that Jamaican DNA as much anymore. That's why I always tell you I never like to do I don't like to do hypotheticals. The reason why I don't like to do hypotheticals because yes, some could have popped up from Jamaica. I mean, from the transatlantic slavery when they were in Jamaica to America. Yes, that's possible, but they wouldn't have the same DNA when they were in Jamaica. You know, they wouldn't be able to find that shit out. Don't forget, y'all just started getting census in Jamaica. Y'all didn't have census like we had in America. Because don't forget, y'all were colonized by the English and the Spaniards. So before they reclassified us, they said technically natives. But when they reclassified us, they made us niggers or Negroes or black Americans or black. They sent those people. So when they came back up here, they wasn't considered natives anymore. They were considered black people. Wait, you didn't know this already, or are you just lying to say it? Yeah, they didn't reclassify those people back to being natives, Kwame. Yeah, they built those countries all around those colonies. Like you got to look at it, Kwame. Why would they hope that you can fix that colony and they don't know if you can even grow anything? But us, they have seen us build colonies. They have seen us build basically communities and tribes. So they sent us down there because they already knew that we can do it. They don't know if y'all can do it. Nah, Kwame didn't know that. Kwame goes to bed and wakes up hating Black America. Yeah, Kwame does. Yeah, Kwame, yo. Yeah. We built colonies all over America. I'm not just talking about North America. I'm America, the Caribbean islands. Yeah, we even helped in Mexico. Yeah. You didn't know that? Yeah, we did. You're insane. Told you, EL, he didn't know that. Yeah, there's a bunch of immigrants with different flags in there. Yeah, but they also pan-Africans. The jig is up. Why you invite? I just thought, Kwame, hold up. I thought you said you don't want to be considered Black American or Black. You want to be considered Jamaican. So that means that goes for you too. You can't be in Black business. See, that's why I say it's different. Y'all wouldn't be able to benefit off the if y'all didn't have the title Black. Y'all wouldn't be able to benefit off of that. Y'all would, it'll be hard for y'all to even maneuver around the world. You wouldn't be able to use, oh yeah, we all came from the same slave boat. No, yeah, we're still different. You're a Jamaican. I'm a Black American. You wouldn't be able to benefit off it. That's why I asked you that question. I'm not trying to have a got you moment. It's just giving you something to think about. Y'all benefit off of the Black label, the black benefits that Black people put in. I said if FBA delineates, just drop Black. We did. We said foundational Black American. You know? But who told you that meant Black? That's the thing now. Who told you that meant Black? It's crazy how we keep telling our Caribbeans and African brothers and sisters our stories time after time, and they still don't believe in even after we tell them to research it. I'm not alright, goofy. That's more your speed. Oh shit, damn. If you are not African or African descent, delineate, just be foundational. No, because at the end of the day, that word Black wasn't for y'all anyways. That wasn't for Africans. Shout out to V for Vengeance. Shout out for was there another person? No, I said everything. V for Vengeance. What happened to BS? Oh shit! V for Vengeance came in to get busy. Federal Bureau and every modern dictionary will tell you Black means that. So you using the white man's language? That's what you're doing, Kwame? No, and I'm chilling. I have a great show today. Yeah, crazy work. Yeah. How's this show gets deleted? I think is that Bias Ron? If it's Bias Ron, I think his show's back up. Cause I heard you on there, Kwame. He got a gotcha moment on you. It was like a 5-minute video. It's an old white woman. From the Upper East of Manhattan. Yeah, I think I seen, if you're talking about Bias Ron, I think he is up there, Kwame. He's still back up there. But yeah, this is the stuff that we have to talk about. Like, and we could talk about a little bit of this pan-Africanist stuff. Like, this is why I always ask you, and definitely, I always have these pan-African questions too, because we have a pan-African group in here. And that's why I always give shout outs to Kwame, Shabaka, who is it? Who's the other Nigerian from yesterday? Was it Double Edge Logic? They're from the Pan-African group. Oh, well, I heard him on it. Bias Ron, yeah, you was on there. Yeah, he be on there. I be seeing him. I fuck with Bias Ron a little bit too. Yeah, he I just started, these people that y'all be telling me, I be looking them up and looking at their research. I mean, looking at their shows. Their shows is pretty good. I be seeing Kwame on there. Yeah, Kwame, you getting a little bit better, man, but you got to remember what I told you. You can't just be going from question to question like bat shit. You know? Is a lunatic that believes he's a Native American with elite European mixture. We don't know his Kwame. We don't know that man's lineage. You can't just judge that man's from his lineage, maybe that he is that, you know? It's not far fetched, I can tell you that. If a white supremacist can be a $5 Indian, why can't he have European and native lineage? Black belonging to or known in a human group. But you got to look at those sub-Saharan Africans' ancestries. The first place they went to was Asia. That's why there was black Asians at the time. But they turned white. So where did those white Asians come from? Don't forget, they saying that these are the first people, the people with the slanted eyes. They went to Asia first. They migrated in Asia. So are they not African? Are Asians not African? You can't fully do. But Kwame, you're using, again, when you say black American, you can be a black American. That's why we use foundational black American, because at the end of the day, you can't tether off of that. That's a lineage thing. That's a lineage. It's a lineage title. A lineage and cultural title. Black American, yeah, you could tether off of black American culture. Because you got Stokely Carmichael, you got parts of Malcolm X. Like I said, like you said, you got DJ Herc. But when you talk about foundational black Americans, you get into the nooks and crannies. You think of the blueprints of everything. You can't tether off of that. That's the Federal Bureau definition. And again, Kwame, foundational black Americans. You can't tether off of that. And that's why you hate it, because if you can tether off of it, it's straight. But yeah, you are right. You are black. You are a black American, but at the end of the day, you're not a foundational black American. That's like saying, that's like when people take the African out of it and put Nigerian American, South Sudan American, South African American, you know, Ghana American. Nobody says shit. Nobody says nothing. Jamaican American, Trinidadian American. Nobody says anything. But when we say we're foundational black American, y'all have a problem. And the problem is that y'all can't tether off of it. He's not an anchor baby. His father's from Arkansas. Yes, his father's from Arkansas. His father was a sharecropper. Anybody that comes to America from the Caribbean or African can be considered black or black American or even African or African American. Facts, DJ X1. You're right. Bro, isn't it the... Put it this way. Even if he was an immigrant, he was a rider. He wouldn't be considered a tether because he stayed on code. Stokely Carmichael is a coon. No, I'm sorry. He's not a coon. He's a tether. He's a tether because he tethered off of black culture, then went to pan-Africanism. He didn't really help black Americans like that. Did he contribute? Yeah, he contribute. Again, report entire... Again, watch. I'm going to report entries such as African Americans, Nigerians, or Haitian. Yeah, they put Haitian American, they put Nigerian American, they put Kenyan American. But they benefit off of the word black American. That's why they're about to fix all that shit up. That's why they're sending y'all back, because at the end of the day, y'all tethering off of black resources too much. And it's affecting the white resources. Yes. That's why they doing that shit now. That's why I'm being personally honest, and they're going to start taking some of y'all citizenship too. I know you don't care, but at the end of the day, they're going to start taking people's citizenship that been here that actually got here the honest way. Any amount of money. I'm gonna say that. And the reason why I think they're gonna take it, because they don't want y'all here. These white people don't want y'all here. We don't care if you're here. We don't mind if y'all are here. We want y'all to be here. We want the everyday working people to be here. There are friends of ours too that are from Caribbean ancestry. But if you're a full immigrant that come here, they're gonna try to send y'all back. You know what it is? We had this conversation. He's being yeah, he is. That's Kwame. But yeah, Kwame. It's just, this is why I always told you, Kwame, and you're gonna start hearing this more often. Y'all gotta police y'all people. If you don't police your people, this is the bullshit that happens. The bullshit that's happened is affecting your people. People that want to be in this country. Are you gonna fuck it up for them because you have enough money to leave and go back home, than to a person who works an everyday job, who's just trying to make ends meet in America? You're gonna fuck it up for them? This is why you gotta police your people. This is why there's no such thing as black crime. There is no organizations of neighborhood crimes that are black Americans that let people get away like the cartels and the fucking the Italian mob, or even the Irish mob. We don't have those. We have delinquents. Those people were delinquents. Those black people, yeah, we consider those delinquents. Of course, black Americans don't want y'all here. Most of y'all hate black Americans. It undermines black Americans. Yeah, facts. Go back. But at the end of the day, Kwame, that's not your decision. This is why I say, like, yo, this is why I say Pan-African's fucked up. Pan-African movements is fucked up. You know? Because they're making a choice for everybody else, and people don't even agree with half the shit that y'all do. That's why I say sometimes y'all are worse than the oppressor. That's why that's why I asked you that. That's why I made that second question. The second question is Pan-African movement a form of white supremacy? Y'all trying to take people out of America that don't want to be taken out. How disrespectful is that? You know? That's very disrespectful. We only want Africans and Caribbeans that aren't traitors. Yeah, facts. You're right, V for vengeance. You're right about that. You know, you can't. We might be attacked soon. I won't be surprised. African FBA's threatening me. But you know what, Kwame? They're not gonna do anything to you. You know. And let me tell you what I think you should do. I think you need to put out your real name, Kwame, on these spaces so they can know who you are. Because if you're gonna be a Pan-African, this is what you need to do. You need to put your real name. Don't let these motherfuckers trick you or scare you out your spot. And this is coming from me. I'm gonna say this. I honestly think you help some people. Yeah, I just said those are rogue people. We don't look up to Crips and Bloods. Black Americans don't look up to Crips and Bloods. We have never. You know? It's a rogue organization. It was from after the Black Panther died out. Somebody needed to protect the community. They were supposed to protect the community, and drugs got involved. Once the drugs got involved, people was fighting over resources. You know, V Virginia lives around Caribbeans, but I don't need anyone boxing. Kwame, don't be scared, man. Let me tell you something. I think you'll be good for the space and community. I think you just have to fix certain things. Um, and when I mean certain things, I feel, and this is just me, I could be wrong. The way how you come towards people to get them into pan-Africanism is the worst way you do it. You do it like a white supremacist does. You try to shame them so they can be in your group. And all they do is like, nah, I don't want to fuck with this man. You know, talk crazy and don't want to fix. You know, so like a coward. Kwame was taught by FBAs that how he got knowledge. Yeah. Docs. You are 100%. No, well, what he was saying about the Crips and Bloods, I'm just being personally honest. They were rogue black people. That's how we got to look at it. They wasn't really for the community, but at the end of the day, these gangs are different. I remember when I was young, when I was hanging out in the streets and stuff, the OGs used to make me help old ladies bring groceries into their house. You know, the OGs, the elders used to tell you like, yo, y'all should stop doing that. Used to try to take people out the hood and out that type of lifestyle and try to help them and stuff like that. There was some people that were cops in that neighborhood being like, yo, y'all gotta stop doing that. They're watching you. And they just stopped. Now all of a sudden it's different. Drugs got involved. These people, don't forget, other people from other cultures is coming into these gangs too. Yes. So they bring their culture into the gangs. These gangs wasn't really like this back in the days. It just got like this in the 80s. Punching people's grandmothers, shooting their mothers and fuck. Yo, this shit's crazy. That's not a black American stature. That's why I always tell people all the time, these other cultures is different. This is why I say, like, yo, if you take that black off of your title, we will see who's really committing most of these crimes. You're going to figure out it's not these black people. Black people don't commit crimes like that. Shooting their mama and their father. Yeah. That shit is crazy. Like, let me tell you an example. The Zoe Pound. I was hearing stories that they were running up in people's houses, tying people's mothers and fathers up, burning them with fucking irons and shit to figure out where's the money or where's that person at. That's not black culture. Jamaicans, they out here running around with machetes and shit. Motherfuckers had a little pocket knife. Y'all motherfuckers run around here with like y'all in the fucking jungle with machetes. You and the Dominicans. We're not gonna leave the Latin Kings out that shit either. They out here running crazy with that shit. That's why the motherfuckers want them out here. They like, yo, we want them to go back to their country with this shit. And what fucked it up, because people was asking, where are these people from? Black people started asking, where are these people from? That person's not black. He's not a black American. He's Jamaican, he's Haitian, he's African. The fucking guy who shot jizz on the white girl. They would have, like I said yesterday, they would have thought black people were hypersexual people. They found out that man was African. You right, we I'm grateful for my elders that's African American with their elite scholars that made African studies at college. But that's the thing. It wasn't the scholars that made it. It was the fight. It was the Black American fight in America. You don't think they studied Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, all those type of people like that? Even there's even some African people that they studied. You know, that's what you gotta look at. But there's some African people that study, but you gotta look at it. There were only a few people that contribute to that black culture. And there's some people that just took advantage of it. I think W.E.B. Du Bois took advantage of black culture. I think they made it weak. I think pan-Africanism made black culture weak. No, I'm just saying I think so. That's just my opinion, you know? Yeah, you got to look at that, Kwame. It's just a lot of shit. This is why I say y'all benefit off that word black. Because you got to look at it. Who do you think they pass that shit to? They don't pass it to the Jamaicans or the Trinidadians. They pass that shit to black Americans. That's why Brian Donald, a Jamaican Panamanian American, can talk crazy about black Americans. Because of that title black. Once we start figuring out, it was the Caribbeans and these Africans that's doing all this crazy shit, you're going to be like, what the fuck? We need to come together. No, we would have a lot. Because the thing about it, we knew how to manage certain things. We had these people that got their asses whooped. You know, we should overcome type of niggas. The John Lewises and the the Martin Luther King. Then you had the Malcolm X's and the everyday motherfuckers. White man, you put your hands on me, we all gonna be fighting. And they had to call for backup in the water hose. Those are the motherfuckers who was getting sprayed with water hoses. Martin Luther King wasn't getting sprayed with water hose. Was he getting beat up? Yes. But getting sprayed with water hose with these people and fighting back? Absolutely not. You speak the English language. You do too, Kwame. What you think patois is? Did you think patois is? Your Jamaican native language. That's American language. And y'all got that shit from the Irish. If you really want to be honest. Blacks don't mean American blacks. It's African. If you say so. People haven't used that definition in over 300 years, Kwame. 400 years. I'm just being personally honest. You know? But I got this video I wanted to show you. I'm going to show you when did African Americans when did foundational black Americans turn African American? Listen to this lady right here. An elder.
Became African Americans because I worked in the black marketing department at Coca-Cola, where we were selling Coke to our people. And the vice president came in and said, okay, we are now African Americans. We were like, alrighty, African. I heard this white woman was sitting next to me and she said to another white woman,
facts,
they don't know who they are.
World best brother. You heard what that lady just said? Listen to this, Kwame.
Know who they are. Because we were like, alrighty, African. I heard this white woman was sitting next to me and she said to another white woman, they don't know who they are.
Wow.
That's what I said.
Shout out to Nene.
I'm going to take my wig off. And
yeah, FBA all day. Shout out to World Best Braider.
I didn't know what to say to her.
But in a way, it's kind of true, though.
That's why I didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
But African Americans seems to be sticking now.
I just think we should just be human. How about that?
See that?
I remember.
She says sticking now. They wanted us to be African American. That was Jesse Jackson. That wasn't us. That was Jesse Jackson. He tried to Africanize us with that Pan-African bullshit. You are making shit up. Read your books. Do more than. That wasn't Tariq Nasheed. That was another lady. That was Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson was the one who introduced African Americans in the 80s. Yes. Like, you could get mad all you want, Shabaka, but that's Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson was the one who did all that shit. You said this. You said the Caribbeans and blacks came together because they were getting oppressed to start the Bloods. You said that on Tariq Nasheed's show. Then Tariq Nasheed said there was no Caribbeans because they had the shower posse. Then that guy who went crazy, he said, "Yo, most Caribbeans are Crip." That's the same thing I just said, Kwame. You're just using other words. You know? But we're going to watch another video. This one's a little bit longer. I like this one. It's like 13 minutes. We're going to watch it full on. We're going to rewatch it, and I'm going to break it down.
Native American tribes in Europe. This is often backed by Who are the ancestors of African Americans? Well, most African Americans believe that the majority of their DNA has roots in Africa, while the remaining has roots in Native American tribes in Europe. This is often backed by genetic studies that reveal that African Americans have 73.2% African DNA, 24% European DNA, and 0.8% Native American DNA. This makes everyone believe that they are majorly descendants of black slaves. But what if we tell you that it's wrong? You have been intentionally told so. In fact, studies reveal that about 98% of African Americans have Native American roots. So, why were you lied to and what do they want to hide? Let's find that out in this video.
The Black History Archives.
You would have never heard that tens of millions of native black Americans, or rather Indians, used to live before Christopher Columbus came to America. However, immediately after 1492, all of them disappeared. But where did they all go? Well, many were shipped to Europe and Africa as Indian slaves. That's when we realized that the story we have been taught about the slave trade is actually backward. Instead of a massive influx of Africans to America, black Indians were transported from America to Europe. From there, they were sent from Spain to Africa as commodities in exchange for African resources. These black Indians, now mistakenly identified as African Americans, were later shipped back to America and labeled as African slaves. This crucial part of our history is often neglected in school curriculums. Every European nation that colonized North America exploited Indian slaves for construction, plantations, and mining. These slaves were frequently sent to outposts in the Caribbean and Europe. Historical records, particularly those from South Carolina, the original English colony of Carolina established in 1670, provide the most authentic documentation of this practice. Between 1650 and 1730, it's estimated that at least 50,000 Indians, possibly more, were exported by the English to their Caribbean outposts. Many shipments were concealed to avoid paying government tariffs and taxes. Between 1670 and 1717, more Indians were exported than Africans were imported. Entire tribes in the southern coastal regions were decimated by slavery more than by disease or war. A law passed in 1704 conscripted Indian slaves to fight in colonial wars long before the American Revolution. Indians found themselves caught in the colonial powers' strategies for economic control. The fur trade in the Northeast, the English plantation system in the South, and the Spanish mission system in Florida all caused major disruptions to Indian communities. Displaced Indians from the fur trade in the North migrated south. Plantation owners armed them to hunt slaves living in Spanish mission communities. The French, English, and Spanish manipulated the slave trade to their advantage. They negotiated the freedom of slaves in exchange for peace, friendship, and military alliances. For instance, the British established ties with the Chickasaw in Georgia, who were surrounded by enemies. The Chickasaw conducted extensive slave raids in the lower Mississippi Valley, selling the slaves to the English to reduce Indian populations and prevent the French from arming them. Ironically, the English saw this as a more effective method of so-called civilizing them compared to the French missionaries' efforts. The Indian slave trade stretched from New Mexico, which was then Spanish territory, all the way north to the Great Lakes. Historians believe that every tribe in this vast region was involved in the slave trade, either as captives or traders. Slavery was a key part of the strategy to depopulate the land and make room for European settlers. Here's a reminder to please support us so we can make more videos for you by subscribing to our channel and giving the video a like. We want to build a strong community, and we need your support. Let's continue now. As early as 1636, after the Pequot War, in which 300 Pequots were massacred, the surviving Pequots were sold into slavery and sent to Bermuda. Major slaving ports included Boston, Salem, Mobile, and New Orleans. From these ports, Indians were shipped to Barbados by the English, to Martinique and Guadeloupe by the French, and to the Antilles by the Dutch. Indian slaves were also sent to the Bahamas, often called breaking grounds, from where they might be transported back to New York or Antigua. Historical records show that Indians were seen as poor slaves. When not shipped far from their home territories, they easily escaped and found refuge with other Indian communities. They also died in high numbers during transatlantic journeys and succumbed to European diseases. By 1676, Barbados had banned Indian slavery, citing their too bloody and dangerous an inclination to remain here. But how does it prove that most black people in America are descendants of native black Indian people? Well, as the Indian slave trade was replaced by the African slave trade by the late 1700s, Native American women began to intermarry with imported Africans. This produced mixed-race offspring whose native identities became obscured over time. The colonial project aimed to erase the presence of Indians, and these mixed-race individuals were labeled as colored people through bureaucratic changes in public records. In places like Virginia, even when individuals were recorded as Indians on birth or death certificates or other public records, these records were often changed to colored. Census takers, determining a person's race by their appearance, frequently recorded mixed-race individuals as simply black, not Indian. As a result, today there is a population of Native American heritage, particularly in the Northeast, who are not recognized by society at large. What's more, this suggests that native black Indians and black Americans of today are the same. They share similar circumstances with the freedmen of the Cherokee and other 5 civilized tribes, as documented on the Dawes Roll cards by the United States Dawes Roll Administration. Interestingly, in early September 2015, Native American Indian tribes were awarded nearly $1 billion in a historic settlement. A total of 645 Native American tribes won settlements against the U.S. Department of Justice, amounting to $940 million. The U.S. government was fearful that more Native Indians, also known as colored, Negro, black, or simply left blank on their birth certificates, would discover their true history and heritage. This discovery could potentially force the government to grant them reparations and land. To avoid this, the U.S. quietly declared a deadline of December 31st, 2014, for these individuals to make land claims and identity claims. Even though the deadline has passed, thousands of Native Indians are still winning settlements through the U.S. Supreme Court and, more commonly, through the United Nations courts. But the question is, where did those black Indian Americans come from? Until now, it's established.
I'm sorry to stop this, but Kwame, Patois is a white man's language. You could call it Creole. You could call whatever you want. It's still part of a white man's language. So if you can't talk about black people and white men this and white man that, and y'all talk Patois. Y'all judges look like old Englishmen. So you can't say that.
That most black people in America today have native black American ancestors. But we have to know who these native black Americans are. Dr. David Imhotep, a renowned historian and the first person to earn a PhD in ancient African ancestry, offers a groundbreaking perspective on human origins. He argues that all humans, including Americans, trace their roots back to Africa. This view challenges the traditional narratives in American history books, which often start with cowboys and Indians. According to Dr. Imhotep, these accounts miss a much earlier and crucial chapter of American history, the presence and influence of Africans in ancient America. In his influential book, They Came Before Columbus, historian Ivan van Sertima explores various forms of evidence supporting the idea of an African presence in the New World long before Christopher Columbus's arrival. Van Sertima examines critical aspects to build his case. He looks into the sophisticated navigation and shipbuilding techniques that ancient Africans had, which could have enabled transatlantic voyages. He also draws cultural parallels between Native Americans and Africans, highlighting similarities in art, language, and religious practices that suggest historical connections. Van Sertima further investigates the transportation of plants, animals, and textiles between the continents, arguing that these exchanges indicate contact between Africa and the Americas. Additionally, he cites diaries, journals, and oral accounts of explorers referencing African peoples and their influence in the New World. Together, these elements create a compelling picture of African exploration and settlement in the Americas well before Columbus's famous voyage in 1492. Several historical accounts support Van Sertima's thesis. One notable example is the fleet launched by the Malian Empire in 1310, comprising 200 master boats and 200 supply boats. This grand expedition highlights the advanced seafaring capabilities of West African civilizations. Another example is the sea expedition led by the Mandingo King in 1311, further demonstrating the intentional exploration efforts by African leaders. The presence and impact of black Africans in pre-Columbian America are evident in the cultural and technological imprints they left on the civilizations they encountered. In his book, The First Americans Were Africans, Dr. Imhotep expands on these themes, calling for a radical reevaluation of traditional history.
Thanks, DJ.
He emphasizes the importance of scientific and geological evidence in tracing the early presence of African peoples in the Americas. This evidence includes genetic studies, ancient artifacts, and geological findings suggesting that Africans were present in both North and South America long before the Vikings or Columbus. One striking piece of evidence highlighted by Dr. Imhotep is a photograph from the HMS Challenger expedition, which took place between 1872 and 1876. This photograph, currently displayed at the Natural Museum of London, shows a colorful display of African explorers in Tierra del Fuego, the southernmost region of South America. This image serves as a tangible reminder of the historical presence of Africans in the Americas, further supporting Dr. Imhotep's arguments. Ultimately, this suggests that the identity of black people is too diverse to fit into a single label. They are Afro-Indigenous, Black Native, Indigenous and Black, Black and Native, or Black and a tribal identity. By honoring both their heritages, black people challenge America's tradition of categorizing people into distinct racial groups. They resist societal pressure to choose between their identities based on appearance or perceived authenticity. Many blend their black and native identities by using traditional language or developing new expressions that reflect their unique heritage. Since the first contact between Africans and native peoples, black and indigenous ancestors have built communities, formed relationships, and fought against systems of oppression unique to their communities as well as those that overlap. Despite the hardships faced, black and native peoples have never been conquered. They have found ways to resist oppression, creating modes of defiance such as abolition, free towns, cross-cultural alliances, kinship ties, and community building. They have pushed for freedom individually and in solidarity, birthing enduring movements of resistance. What do you think? Are black Americans descendants of black African slaves or
Don't forget Gullah Geechee,
Native Indian American
English Creole.
black people? What, in your opinion, is the reason why they hide black Americans' real ancestry? In the comments section right below, tell us whether you have had your DNA tested and know the percentage.
That's why I say I don't trust the DNA that DNA test. Because Africa was tribes. They wasn't a country. You know? Because you don't know. We probably been, like I said, we've been here for years. We had to been here for years. And we're going to rewatch it because we got to break it down now. Because I had this show, Kwame. I just wanted Kwame to listen. You know, and see what we see. Instead of just have me talk. But this one was, like I said, this is why I say what I say. And this is why I said what I said about England. We're calling the white race European, and the Moors built them. They were just saying the Mansa Musa's people went over there on boats. Nobody didn't have that type of technology. Only the Moors. So what is that saying about England? Shabaka, we just watched the video. How can you denounce that? How can you say that? I remember I was telling you, I was like, yo, those people that were in those countries, don't forget, they were sending natives down there. I just said that to Kwame. He called me crazy. Get him, world's best braider. Let him know.
Who are the ancestors of
Now watch
African
this,
Americans?
and I'm gonna break it down.
Well, most African Americans believe that the majority of their DNA has roots in Africa, while the remaining has roots in Native American tribes and Europe. This is often backed by genetic studies that reveal that African Americans have 73.2% African DNA.
Now, who said that, or who said this earlier? Kwame, you used that white supremacist talking point. You used that white supremacist talking point, and I said everybody has that DNA. Because remember I told you, I was like, the first people, those are the first people. They're saying that those are the first group of people. Those people who had the slanted eyes. They went to Asia. They migrated to Asia. They were black. All of a sudden now they're white. Or they're Asian, Caucasian Asians. Who are we to say that they wasn't in Europe either? Or in North America? They've been all over this world. So you don't think some people stayed and built that country and did all of this to the other country? Why aren't there any blacks on Indian reservation? Because they were reclassified. That's what I was explaining. I was saying that they were reclassified as blacks. Kwame called me crazy. And I said it's possible. Because not everybody, because you got to look at it this way. There was dozens of tribes. There's so many tribes. There has to be another way or different genetics of telling you what part of what Native American you were, or what tribe you were from. Sorry, what tribe you were from. That's why I say I can't follow that African thing. They're telling us we're Nigerians, we're part Nigerians, and Nigeria was created in 1910, 1914. So if we can believe that, where Harriet Tubman was still alive, why can't we believe this? Why is this just out there like, oh, no, we can't believe this? No, we're going to break this down.
24% European DNA and 0.8% Native American DNA. This makes everyone believe that they are majorly descendants of black slaves. But what if we tell you that it's wrong? You have been intentionally told so. In fact, studies reveal that about 98% of African Americans have Native American roots. So, why were you lied to and what do they want to hide? Let's find that out in this video.
The Black History Archives.
You would have never heard that tens of millions of native black Americans, or rather Indians, used to live before Christopher Columbus came to America. However, immediately after 1492, all of them disappeared. But where did they all go? Well, many were shipped to Europe and Africa as Indian slaves. That's when we realized that the story we have been taught about the slave trade is actually backward.
To England and Africa. He said England and Africa, I believe he said. You know? So what is that saying? That y'all had natives in Africa too. Now let's listen to what he said again. We're going to go on.
Well, many were shipped to Europe and Africa as Indian slaves. That's when we realized that the story we have been taught about the slave trade is actually backward. Instead of a massive influx of Africans to America, black Indians were transported from America to Europe. From there, they were sent from Spain to Africa as commodities in exchange for African resources. These black Indians, now mistakenly identified as African Americans, were later shipped back to
Pocahontas. Pocahontas was sent to England and died there. She never went out with no guy named John Smith. She went out with somebody else.
To America and labeled as African slaves. This crucial part of America, mistakenly identified as African Americans, were later shipped back to America and labeled as African slaves. This crucial part of our history is often neglected in school curriculums. Every European nation that colonized North America exploited Indian slaves for construction, plantations, and mining. These slaves were frequently sent to outposts in the Caribbean and Europe. Historical records, particularly those from South Carolina, the original English colony of Carolina established in 1670, provide the most authentic documentation of this practice. Between 1650 and 1730, it's estimated that at least 50,000 Indians, possibly more, were exported by the English to their Caribbean outposts. Many shipments were concealed to avoid paying government tariffs and taxes.
So now he said that they were shipped to these Caribbean colonies. Now, Kwame, the question is now to you, did your people build your country? That's what we got to ask. Did Jamaicans, people that are considered Jamaicans now, did they build their own country? Let me see what. $5 is facts. They trying to Africanize Black Americans to transfer facts. Want to You gotta put it in the chat, in the live chat, and definitely I'll look at it.
Between 1670 and 1717, more Indians were exported than Africans were imported. Entire tribes in the southern coastal regions were decimated by slavery more than by disease or war.
Facts, Nene.
A law passed in 1704 conscripted Indian slaves to fight in colonial wars long before the American Revolution. Indians found themselves caught in the colonial powers' strategies for economic control. The fur trade in the Northeast, the English plantation system in the South, and the Spanish mission system in Florida all caused major disruptions to Indian communities. Displaced Indians from the fur trade in the North migrated south. Plantation owners armed them to hunt slaves living in Spanish mission communities. The French, English, and Spanish manipulated the slave trade to their advantage. They negotiated the freedom of slaves in exchange for peace, friendship, and military alliances. For instance, the British established ties with the Chickasaw in Georgia, who were surrounded by enemies. The Chickasaw conducted extensive slave raids in the lower Mississippi Valley, selling the slaves to the English to reduce Indian populations and prevent the French from arming them. Ironically, the English saw this as a more effective method of so-called civilizing them compared to the French missionaries' efforts. The Indian slave trade stretched from New Mexico, which was then Spanish territory, all the way north to the Great Lakes. Historians believe that every tribe in this vast region was involved in the slave trade.
You hear that? So it's basically the whole South. It's basically the whole South. That's why that's why there's so many black Americans down there, is because they had to be a part of the native community. Like I said, they were reclassified. Not mentioning not only the $5 Indians are getting deported, but the fake Reds from Serbia are also getting deported. See? Yeah. They feeling that. They feeling it.
Either as captives or traders. Slavery was a key part of the strategy to depopulate the land and make room for European settlers. Here's a reminder to please support us so we can make more videos for you by subscribing to our channel and giving the video a like. We want to build a strong community, and we need your support. Let's continue now. As early as 1636, after the Pequot War, in which 300 Pequots were massacred, the surviving Pequots were sold into slavery and sent to Bermuda. Major slaving ports included Boston, Salem, Mobile, and New Orleans. From these ports, Indians were shipped to Barbados by the English, to Martinique and Guadeloupe by the French, and to the Antilles by the Dutch. Indian slaves were also sent to the Bahamas, often called breaking grounds, from where they might be transported back to New York or Antigua. Historical records show that Indians were seen as poor slaves. When not shipped far from their home territories, they easily escaped and found refuge with other Indian communities. They also died in high numbers during transatlantic journeys and succumbed to European diseases. By 1676, Barbados had banned Indian slavery, citing their too bloody and dangerous an inclination to remain here. But how does it prove that most black...
So that's where we gotta talk about who was really a slave. Because we have fought. We always fought. We always got busy. This was nothing new to us. We always been the warrior class. That's why they stopped shipping us back and forth to these Caribbean islands. Because we were killing people. Then you get around these Africans talk about, yo, we got to get busy. Yo, get ready. We about to pop this motherfucker top off.
People in America are descendants of native black Indian people. Well, as the Indian slave trade was replaced by the African slave trade by the late 1700s, Native American women began to intermarry with imported Africans. This produced mixed-race offspring whose native identities became obscured over time. The colonial project aimed to erase the presence of Indians, and these mixed-race individuals were labeled as colored people through bureaucratic changes in public record.
Shabaka, you haven't been watching. They said that was native territory from the east south to New Mexico area. That was all native area. So something happened. This is why they were shipping us out. After we were warring with each other, they made a peace treaty to send us off to another country. But they stopped taking us because we were killing people. This is why when I told you 3 or 4 shows ago, you can't, it's different. You cannot put us with Africans. Africans are already defeated. When you already been fighting in America, they're not gonna fight. We were killing people. We already had a taste for blood. You think we're gonna be picking fucking cotton? You think we're gonna be picking corn and all that sugar cane and shit? No, we're gonna kill these motherfuckers when they sleep. They're gonna learn not to sleep around us. They just said they could not have us around in those Caribbean countries. That's why they banned us from here.
In places like Virginia, even when individuals were recorded as Indians on birth or death certificates or other public records, these records were often changed to colored. Census takers, determining a person's race by their appearance.
Shout out to you, Nini. Thanks for the sub. Now, remember what I just told you. I said we were reclassified in Virginia. Listen to what he said.
Death certificates or other public records, these records were often changed to colored. Census takers, determining a person's race by their appearance, frequently recorded mixed-race individuals as simply black, not Indian. As a result, today there is a population of Native American heritage, particularly in the Northeast, who are not recognized by society at large. What's more, this suggests that Native Black Indians and Black Americans of today are the same. They share similar circumstances with the freedmen of the Cherokee and other 5 civilized tribes, as documented on the Dawes Roll cards by the United States Dawes Roll Administration. Interestingly, in early September...
Now, I would say this. Did I say what I said earlier? Was it far-fetched now after hearing this? It's not far-fetched. This guy just said the Malians migrated everywhere. Most of those people were Moors too. They came from a Moors background. So they knew about technology. They went everywhere on boats. Will it be far-fetched if we could say they went to South America, North America, Central America, Latin countries? Makes you think, how more native are we than African?
For 2015, Native American Indian tribes were awarded nearly $1 billion in a historic settlement. A total of 645 Native American tribes won settlements against the U.S. Department of Justice, amounting to $940 million. The U.S. government was fearful that more Native Indians, also known as colored, Negro, black, or simply left blank on their birth certificates, would discover their true history and heritage. This discovery could potentially force the government to grant them reparations and land. To avoid this, the U.S. quietly declared a deadline of December 31st, 2014, for these individuals to make land claims and identity claims. Even though the deadline has passed, thousands of Native Indians are still winning settlements through the U.S. Supreme Court and, more commonly, through the United Nations courts. But the question is, where did those black Indian Americans come from? Until now, it's established that most black people in America today have native black American ancestors. But we have to know who these native black Americans are. Dr. David Imhotep, a renowned historian and the first person to earn a PhD in ancient African ancestry, offers a groundbreaking perspective on human origins. He argues that all humans, including Americans, trace their roots back to Africa. This view challenges the traditional narratives in American history books, which often start with cowboys and Indians. According to Dr. Imhotep, these accounts miss a much earlier and crucial chapter of American history, the presence and influence of Africans in ancient America. In his influential book, They Came Before Columbus, historian Ivan van Sertima explores various forms of evidence supporting the idea of an African presence in the New World long before Christopher Columbus's arrival. Van Sertima examines critical aspects to build his case. He looks into the sophisticated navigation and shipbuilding techniques that ancient Africans had, which could have enabled transatlantic voyages. He also draws cultural parallels between Native American.
I'm gonna throw off something a little far-fetched. This is for like kind of the Latino community. Those red natives. Do you think some of them got Asian blood? Because don't forget, we were mixing in Mingo. And we just said these other people are Serbians. Let's say, if it's not far-fetched, where did they come from? Did they come from a Europe, Asian area?
Americans and Africans, highlighting similarities in art, language, and religious practices that suggest historical connections. Van Sertima further investigates the transportation of plants, animals, and textiles between the continents, arguing that these exchanges indicate contact between Africa and the Americas. Additionally, he cites diaries, journals, and oral accounts of explorers referencing African peoples and their influence in the New World. Together, these elements create a compelling picture of African exploration and settlement in the Americas well before Columbus's famous voyage in 1492. Several historical accounts support Van Sertima's thesis. One notable example is the fleet launched by the Malian Empire in 1310.
That was Mansa Musa, one of the richest men ever. One of the richest. The most richest man was Genghis Khan. He controlled almost Asia and Europe. He almost erased damn near 1/3. Okay, so if y'all don't know, 1/3 of every Asian person has Mongolian blood. The reason why is because what Genghis Khan did, he killed most of the men and impregnated most of their women. So yeah, there's like 1/3 of Asian people, all the Asian race has Mongolian blood.
Comprising 200 master boats and 200 supply boats. This grand expedition highlights the advanced seafaring capabilities of West African civilizations. Another example is the Sea Expedition.
Oh yeah, that's why a lot of Asian people are short, because of Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan wasn't a tall motherfucker. He was very short. He was like, what, 5'5", 5'4", I think? He was probably a little bit taller than that, but he wasn't as tall, you know?
Led by the Mandingo King in 1311, further demonstrating the intentional exploration efforts by African leaders. The presence and impact of black Africans in pre-Columbian America are evident in the cultural and technological imprints they left on the civilizations they encountered. In his book, The First Americans Were Africans, Dr. Imhotep expands on these themes, calling for a radical reevaluation of traditional history. He emphasizes the importance of scientific and geological evidence in tracing the early presence of African peoples in the Americas. This evidence includes genetic studies, ancient artifacts, and geological findings suggesting that Africans were present in both North and South America long before the Vikings or Columbus. One striking piece of evidence highlighted by Dr. Imhotep is a photograph from the HMS Challenger expedition, which took place between 1872 and 1876. This photograph, currently displayed at the Natural Museum of London, shows a colorful display of African explorers in Tierra del Fuego, the southernmost region of South America. This image serves as a tangible reminder of the historical presence of Africans in the Americas, further supporting Dr. Imhotep's arguments. Ultimately, this suggests that the identity of black people is too diverse to fit into a single label. They are Afro-Indigenous.
That's what I just said. This is why we can't go by African American. Our DNA is too diverse. We are probably one of the most diverse. We probably have one of the most diverse cultures ever. Black Americans do. Shabaka, facts is facts. We have one of the most diverse cultures. And the reason why we can't, because we migrated. We migrated everywhere before everybody. You know, and that's why when I say that's why it's very important that we should know that we were reclassified as being black, as being colored or a Negro. You know, so that's very important. No, Mansa Musa wasn't. We're not saying he was a slave trader. I'm saying Mansa Musa migrated everywhere. He went everywhere. His tribe, his people went everywhere. Mansa Musa used to ride on elephants with thousands of slaves behind him. Mansa Musa was rich. He was giving his money to everybody. That's how he went broke. You know, so I'm not talking about Mansa Musa was a slave trade. You need to listen, Shabaka. Or put the coffee down. Shit. You probably drinking coffee and it got your nerves all over. Your nerves is everywhere because of that fucking coffee. Slow it down,
Black
brother.
Native, Indigenous
You know I
and
don't
Black,
like using it, but I have to
Black
tell you,
and
slow it
Native,
down, brother.
or Black and a tribal identity. By honoring both their heritages, Black people challenge America's tradition of categorizing people into distinct racial groups. They resist societal pressure to choose between their identities based on appearance or perceived authenticity. Many blend their Black and Native identities by using traditional language or developing new expressions that reflect their unique heritage. Since the first contact between Africans and Native peoples, Black and Indigenous ancestors have built communities, formed relationships, and fought against systems of oppression unique to their communities as well as those that overlap. Despite the hardships faced, Black and Native peoples have never been conquered. They have found ways to resist oppression, creating modes of defiance such as abolition, free towns, cross-cultural alliances, kinship ties, and community building. They have pushed for freedom individually and in solidarity, birthing enduring movements of resistance. What do you think? Are Black Americans descendants of Black African slaves or Native Indian American Black people? What, in your opinion, is the reason why they hide Black Americans' real ancestry? In the comments section right below.
Kwame, it's an AI, but it's all facts. He put information out. He put the research out. He been saying everything I've been saying. And I didn't even get it from this. It's just research after research after research. I actually think this noise, we don't even know who's speaking. Because it doesn't make sense, Kwame. You got to understand. Once you figure out there was only 400,000 Africans that came to America, you start to think, your mind starts to wonder, like, yo, where did all these other motherfuckers come from? It wasn't like, oh, they were all mixed kids by white people. White people don't even produce kids like that. That's why their population is dying out. And we know white people don't know how to take care of people. They were using babies as alligator bait. They were killing them. Then when we find out, oh yeah, they were sending them out to other countries and stuff like that. Yeah, but they were sending them back. They didn't want them motherfuckers. They were killing people. That's why I said we are a warrior class. Africans who came over here on the slave shit, and they all in other countries, those aren't warrior class. Those are people that were that were already colonized by other Africans. You know how Africans are when they see white people. It's been like that for generations. How you think Egypt got taken over? How you think you got Greek mythology? You got it from Egyptian mythology. But what they did, and they didn't listen to their ancestors kept Europeans out of Africa for 10,000 years. This new generation came, oh, we could all be one. We could all learn from one. Not knowing that they had to teach these people how to live. These people were living in fucking barns with animals. They didn't know how to wash. They were thinking they could wash up every 2 weeks. So you think these people gonna really come over here and really colonize like that? No, these people were gonna fight. They were gonna fight. Kwame, it just makes sense, Kwame. I could pull out books and show you. It just doesn't make sense. 400,000 people, less than 400,000 people made 40 million people. It just doesn't make sense, Kwame. These people were already here. Only 4% of Africans came over. This is why we can't Africanize everything. Because that culture that you have in Africa right now is a degenerate culture. It's a savage culture. Those Africans didn't live like that 100, 200 years ago, eating monkey meat and shit like that. Not washing them animals and stuff, eating monkey knuckles and shit. And let me tell you something. You could talk about raccoon and shit like that. Most of us don't eat that shit. But bushmeat is diseased animals. Those are not clean animals. All jokes aside, it's just, Kwame, you can have that African culture. Black Americans don't want that fucking culture. We created a culture. We created a diverse culture. I already told you we were reclassified. I've been telling you for probably 2 months that we were reclassified. We're not native Indians, but we're black natives, Afro natives, black indigenous people. You just don't want to face fact that this is our culture. We are different. You're trying to put us in this circle where you have a scapegoat. Just so y'all can feel good about yourself. This is what you need to do. Research your culture. Upbring your culture. Empower your culture. Add on to your culture. Pan-Africans is just wolf tickets. You trying to send us to Africa, and Africans don't even like us. Africans talk crazy about black Americans. And you know that, Kwame. Watch this. Listen to this.
They do sometimes, Africans in general, some of them do think they're better than African Americans, which is bullshit.
Right.
Because it's not the truth, because Africans are treated like shit in Africa. Colonization.
Yeah.
England, France. That's why you speak in French, not because you special.
Yeah.
Because they came and sat on your shit and said, you're going to speak what the fuck we speak.
Right.
The Dutch, all of them, Italian, all of those European countries came and colonized you, treated you like shit. I mean, you go to South Africa, white people are calling themselves Africans and they don't even look it. That's some gangster shit, don't you think? I am from South Africa. No, you're not. You're Dutch. You just didn't know when the fuck to leave. You see what I'm saying? It's fucked up. So that should tell you, and what African Americans have gone through, the fucking hell that they've gone through and still go through, how are you coming from that mentality and saying you thinking you better than them? Because you have an accent? Because for some reason, the white society in America tends to, Africa, he has an accent. It's a little different. It's like when you're British, like Idris said, when you have a British accent and you're black. Hello, I don't know. That's what I'm doing. Ooh, that's why they get to play us. Listen, British black dudes are playing.
That's my point, Kwame. He's Nigerian and he's telling you this. I'm not even a Godfrey fan, but I have to agree with this. That is my point. That's my point. Oh yeah, we're gonna check that out after. Remind me.
Drug dealers. I thought Idris Elba was from Baltimore. I thought he was. You know, he was like, yo, you motherfuckers don't understand. And then I'm watching BBC. You know, when I did The Wire, I studied the ghetto in Baltimore. You sound like Lord Baltimore, motherfucker. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? And then this Driss guy, there's another Driss.
Yeah.
Snowfall.
Yeah.
I'm thinking this motherfucker's like, yo, cuz. And he's like, you know, I took him. You know? The fuck is this, you know? Another, because I don't know what it is. Something about, this is just my theory, something about that black American accent. Hey man, fuck it. But hello. Oh. And we'll let Idris play that, but then when he gets back to his normal self, we get to hear James Bond.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we don't want to hear that. It's something about that. I don't know. I think it's just a little weird. It's like African Americans go through hell, but everybody copies African Americans.
Right.
Everybody does. I've been to a lot of countries. You've been to a lot of countries. I've been to a lot.
I've been to a lot of countries.
You haven't been to a lot of countries? You're so Southern. He's like, I mean, I'll go.
I've been to a lot of states.
A lot of stuff. God damn. I mean, I go fishing over there. So damn. And out here, my RV. Out there.
Yeah.
Like my grandma said, man, if you ain't got nothing to do, stay where you at.
Thank you, same day.
But listen, I'm saying when I've been to China, I actually performed. I was the first American to perform in Russia in 2018 in Moscow. And black shit is everywhere. Hip hop. There's Russian hip hop. I was in Lithuania. Went to a Lithuanian hip hop club. I was the only black dude there, and they were all grabbing their dicks, and I'm like this. Hi guys, hello. Hi, that's our culture. Yeah. China, everywhere is hip hop. When I was in Japan, when I was in Korea, black people are copied. All that K-pop is just nothing but fucking a new edition. It's all black shit everywhere. African American, I think the African American culture is the strongest culture on the planet. Period. Because even Africans are going, yo, nigga, man, fuck all that shit, nigga. Really? You sound stupid, man. This nigga.
Hold up. Did he just say that? Even Africans are copying? And he used your words, Shabaka. Oh yeah, shout out to Borrowed Time. What's going on, man? He even said, watch this, Shabaka. He even used your words. He mistakenly called us African American, and I think of it as disrespectful. Listen what he said.
Culture is the strongest culture on the planet. Period. Because even Africans are going, yo, nigga, man, fuck all that shit, nigga. Really? You sound stupid, man. This nigga got a lot of nerve, man. I was just saying, though, man, nigga. Shut up. The fuck out of here. Yeah. Michael Blackson does it, but he's fucking around.
Right.
But there's people doing it. I see they got these reality shows, these African reality shows, and she's like, shit, that bitch, I know that bitch not talking to me like that. Well, really? The fuck is what?
They
I'm
got,
not
they
saying-
got Real Housewives of Africa.
They got shit like that now. Nigeria got Nollywood and all that. Hell, it's the third largest movie. But they're acting like they're taking from
Black
African American shit.
Right.
Black
You know, a
culture.
lot of them are taking it. Some people may not agree, but it's facts. And it's like, why are you shitting on Africa? And every African is not shitting on
Facts.
African
Shout out
Americans.
to
That's
Jamil-
bullshit.
Jamila.
But it's like it doesn't make sense.
Right.
Because African Americans are I mean, Africans are creative too, of course.
Right.
But African American, that culture is the coolest shit on the planet. Keep it 100. Hip hop, you know, just everything. Just, damn, jazz, blues, everything. You
Kwame, we looked it up yesterday, Kwame. You said they united to be a blood gang, Kwame. That's what you said. It's sorry, you made a mistake. You didn't mean it that way. Just say that. Don't. When you add on another line with another line, Kwame, it just looks bad. Just say, yo, I made a mistake. I meant this. That's all you gotta say. That's all you gotta understand. That's why they ate your food 4 days ago because of that. Because you made a mistake and didn't mean it that way. That's all. African is dope people with a great culture. FBAs is a hate group. African American is foundational Black American, Kwame. It's just we were reclassified again as African American in the 80s. That's why I said this is why people were mad and this is why people don't like Jesse Jackson. It was all because of Jesse Jackson in the 80s. That's why he got backlash by the old school people. You said Caribbeans and blacks formed and created. Did you hold on? You said blacks and Caribbeans started Bloods. You didn't mean it that way. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, Jesse Jackson started that shit. He made it. So, as I was told, there always has been African American, but they never made it a title. They made it a title because of Jesse Jackson spoke for us. And a lot of people said, no, that's not us. Because the thing about it, most of our great-grandparents and our grandparents, if your grandparents is 90, 80, no, the high 80s and up, they will tell you that most of us aren't African. Yeah, well, who? Jesse Jackson? I don't know. He couldn't be fighting against the Jewish community because don't forget, the Jewish community, Jewish people help fund the NAACP. You know, so that term been. See, I just said that, Kwame. You're not listening. I said people said it. A lot of people try to make it a thing in the 1800s. But people didn't respect it until Jesse Jackson said it in the 80s. I don't know if that's true what you saying. I did hear it, the 1800, but it wasn't popping until the 1980s. Nobody didn't respect that shit in the 1800s because most of us knew that we were native to this land, Kwame. That's why a lot of people didn't respect it. Yeah, we were Afro-American, yes. That's being reclassified again. Yes, that was being reclassified. When you go from black natives to colored to to Afro-American, then to African-American, that's being reclassified. That's why we say, yo, foundational Black American it's a fair choice because at the end of the day, it's not saying that we're native. We're not Native Indian. We're not saying that we're African American. We're not saying we're just Black American because Black American, an African could say he's Black American if he has kids over here. That's why foundational Black American, they can't tether off of that. You can't tether off of being foundational Black American. You gotta have censorship here from the 1800s, the mid to the late 1800s. If you don't have that, then just you can't be funded. I mean, you can't be foundational Black American. Just like I can't be Nigerian American. I have no censorship to being Nigerian. Yes, you're right, same day. And shout out to Mahaya Natural. My birth certificate has Negro. How old are you? Damn. You're probably in like the early 1900s, man. Yeah, if you're probably in your 80s or 90s, my man. Cause I know it's not 60s. I see my father's birth certificate. Oh, you're just trolling me. You can be trolling me. I don't know. No tethers allowed. Yeah, man. Brother Ron, you must study. We're not looking at Tariq. This is why I said what I said in the beginning. Whenever somebody disagree with y'all, y'all always want to use Tariq Nasheed as a scapegoat. You can't use that. This is how we really feel. This is what we research. This is where our lineage is. You know? AVI, I was born in 1970. We called Negro and the blacks. And then in 1900, we were Afrocentrics, the Million Man March. Yeah, facts. Facts. You're right about that. Bloods was started by blacks united to fight the Latino. But the thing about it, blacks wasn't being oppressed in them prisons, though. That's the thing. Yeah, there was a few killings here and there, but it wasn't like no shit that motherfuckers couldn't handle, Kwame. You know? Don't forget, I told you that dude Leonard, something Leonard was the one who created. He's the founder because he was from LA, who brought the Bloods to New York. It wasn't about oppression. He brought that shit there. Then you have OG Mac, that was the face of it. He was from New York. That's the guy who you're thinking of. You know? I was there watching. Are you talking about the man? Because I was there watching. Are you talking about? Was Cruz a part of it? I don't know, Kwame. I can't. The thing about it, I'm gonna say this. Hold on, let me see. But you don't know what you're talking about. Latin kings and that there was oppressing black people. Kwame, we can't say that. Cause this is okay. You know what? I'm gonna bring this person. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna bring this perfect situation up. This is why hip hop wasn't 50-50 with Jamaicans and Puerto Ricans. It has never been 50-50 with Jamaicans and Puerto Ricans. Just because of what shit that Kwame says. It has never been. We have never had no allies. We might have had some rebels, but 50-50, no. V for Vengeance is saying that he was there. You're selling him no, Kwame. You're not listening to the guy who was there. I just tell you who just started it. I mean, who brought it from LA to New York. And V for Vengeance is definitely, he's giving you 100% the truth because he was there. You know, I wish, man, I don't got that shit on and popping. I'm gonna try to get it on and popping on my Streamlabs, so to see if I can get it popping and see if it works. It's hard to discuss this on text or CGAT. Uh, Facts. Shout out to V for Vendetta, V for Vengeance, and the raw truth about everything. You know, but Kwame, you can't do that. You can't disagree with somebody who was there. You know how weird that sounds and how crazy that sounds. He was there. He was in the yard. But you're trying to tell him that what he's seen. Shout out to V for Vengeance, because he's saying he was there. And Kwame's out here. Who's the viewer is literally telling you Latin was oppressed. Some blacks. People was killing and fucked third person. No, I said. Watch this. Give me a second, everyone. Give me 1 second. You know what? I think I want to make that a show. You know what I'm going to do? Thursday. I'm going to make that a show. I'm going to make that a show. I'm not going to look that up because at the end of the day, I think we should use that for content. And the reason why, because I want to get information on it. But I'm going to give you a little sneak peek of what I'm talking about. Because we read it yesterday. No, let me wait until Friday. No, let me wait until Thursday to do that. Let me not overdo it. But we gonna finish this and definitely.
Right.
I'm gonna try to get the thing, but yeah.
Like John Schneider from the Dukes of Hazzard. What are you fucking still Joe Bo Duke, motherfucker? What's wrong with you? He goes, what's that? Beyonce, boy, it's just like a dog pissing on everything. Shut up. It's black.
Yeah.
Country music is ours. It's black. I'm claiming it. And you're gonna say, oh, good, you just come to home, hey,
Right.
Shut up.
How did they come out of oppression and they were oppressing? The shower posse was getting busy on them. This is why I always say it just doesn't make sense, Kwame. Oh, y'all motherfuckers like to get beat up in New York. I don't know any black people that like to get beat up in New York, but there was never really no kumbaya. I'm a U.S. citizen. It's my home. It's my home. No, but I'm saying, if they're Jamaican, they didn't fuck with black people in the 80s. All of a sudden in the 90s, they're fucking with black people. That shit don't make no fucking sense. This is why I say, how is it a 50-50? Or these motherfuckers in gangs together if they don't like black people? What are you talking about? Kwame, are you arguing with somebody? Yeah. Because there was another, hold on. Do I have to do this again? All right, I'm going to have to do it again. I'm sorry, everybody. I got to do it one more time. Give me a second. I'm going to have to do it, Kwame. I was going to skip it, but you want to talk about it. So V for Vengeance was in there. V for Vengeance was there. And this guy was there too. Hold on, I gotta find the book.
It's like the Dominicans be on the Haitians bumper. And y'all brought that same little energy. Give it your seat. You know you don't respect that shit. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Can you hear me?
I believe what's that? How many
I don't know what
you
you
and the blood came together? So I don't understand what you're talking about. Maybe you're ill-informed.
I'm not ill-informed about anything.
What
I know
part are
more
you
about
from?
this history than you do. Those brothers was, and it
How
happened
many?
around 90.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm from South Jamaica. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying that they came together and they fought the oppression. I don't know where you getting your information from. Yo, Tyreek, I could talk to this from here on out, man. Yo, listen, I'm from South Jamaica, Queens, my nigga. Born and raised, man. 80s, baby. Talk about it. We've been running these out of here way before blood, man. And how the fuck could you be from Queens and you could be saying this shit? You the fuck... This is... You letting me down. Are you from Queens? Where you from? I'm from the north. Nigga, you from... So you're not from South Jamaica, nigga. You're not even from Southside. I heard you earlier say you're from Jamaica. Is the north not Jamaica, Queens? No, it's not. You know we don't respect that shit. You know it's Southside enough, and you know that.
So he says... Let me call... It shuts down. That's why I didn't want to do it. We already tried V for Vengeance. Hold on. But this guy said these motherfuckers been running them out since the 80s. He been running them out since the 80s. Hey, yo, do they got an audio for Streamlab? If they got audio, I'll put you on an audio. Facts, see, they did get their music from out there. Damn, Kwame, you out here calling people a contest? This is why niggas want to delineate from y'all niggas. See, Kwame, this is why he said, like, yo.
I heard you earlier say you from Jamaica. Is the north not Jamaica, Queens? No, it's not. You know we don't respect that shit. You know it's Southside enough, and you know that. I don't care about no Southside, bro. I told you. Yes, you do. Come on, cut it out. Got here. We've been running them at every school.
That's not
Andrew
bad.
Jackson, August Martin, John Adams, 202, 210, 226. What the f you talking about? We've been doing this shit. It's been LF to death, nigga. It's been LF to death. Supreme team. You talking about? Come on. When the real New York up here, nigga. You to the north side, nigga.
Brother,
Where you from, Hollis? Where you from, Hollis, nigga?
I'm not from Hollis.
Where you from? Where the fuck you from? Cambridge Heights?
I'm
You from
Farmers.
Laurelton?
I'm from Farmers.
Farmers? You know we don't respect that shit. You up here talking shit for Queens, nigga? Get the f out of here, nigga. You
I'm
know
talking-
that shit.
Where
South
you
Jamaica
from?
or nothing,
Where you
nigga.
from in
South
South?
Jamaica or nothing.
Where you from in-
Rockaway is something. Rockaway is something, nigga. You know what it is, nigga. Left to death, nigga. It's been that, nigga. Come on, nigga, cut it out. The Bloods, we've been doing shit before the homies.
So
Cut it out, nigga.
You telling me the blood?
You just coming out. You telling
You
me
just coming outside. You
so
just coming outside.
what am I
nigga.
lying about?
I've been doing this.
What am I lying about?
You lying about all this shit.
So Hispanic wasn't
Fuck out
oppressing
of here.
black
Nigga, you
people
got
on
this
the
little
island?
up here on this stage. Come on, man. Hit me on the
No,
back
it wasn't.
channel. If you wanna know
Shout
the
out
real
to
history,
SP.
you up here talking bullshit. You from the north, nigga?
Wait. You don't gotta yell, King. You don't gotta yell. We can have a nice
Yeah,
civil
Kwame, that
conversation.
sound like you.
About you stupid the fuck Lion Kings and the Yetas. Nigga, we been running them and the Jamaicans ain't never get no respect amongst the homies. That's why all y'all turn Crips. Out of here. The Caribbeans, all y'all turn Crips. All y'all you talking about.
So are you saying the Black Lions ain't put in work on the
Nigga,
Hispanic?
fuck out of here, nigga. R.I.P. Robo Just. I run with the best of these. The fuck you talking about? Free trade bags. R.I.P.
So you don't know about the
Crazy,
you
nigga.
don't know about the Black Lions.
You talking about? You lying? You a black lion? You talking about? A black lion? You black and you lying? Out of here.
You blood, but you from a Crip side. Make it make sense.
Come over here with that bullshit. You know about my side. Like I said, Rockaway is something. You know what the fuck it is. Don't come on the stage talking that bullshit.
So I'm lying. I'm
Fuck
lying.
outta here,
I'm
nigga.
lying that Hispanic wasn't oppressing black people on Rikers Island.
Never.
So how the Bloods got started then on Rikers Island?
How the Bloods got started because it was a trending thing. It was a thing to do with board. You talking about?
So, all right, Kwame, I'm gonna say this, all right? In the 90s, I ain't even gonna lie, it was a trending thing. Bloods and Crips was a trending thing. I don't know why. I don't know why people wanted to be a Bloods and Crip. The reason why it was a trending thing in Massachusetts too, because some of these people from Cambodia, from California, came up here. I don't know. It's just a Robo's just a remember. See, yeah. See, they got bored and started Bloods on. Yeah, probably did. Don't forget that dude. What's his name? That Leonard dude. He was from L.A. Remember we looked it up yesterday? I was like, yo, is OG Mac from L.A.? You like, no, he's from New York. We looked it up. You were right. But it had another name. It had the other guy. It was the Leonard name. You wasn't there in New York, and you're young, too, to know. Yeah, but we looked it up. We had to look it up. We didn't know. Yeah, we didn't know, so we had to look it up. Somebody had to bring it over. It can't be like, oh, yo, let's create the Bloods. First of all, there was no YouTube. There was no internet. This had to come from a member who was a Blood. There has to be somebody who influenced this. He was one of the founding members. It was OG Mac, and OG Mac is from New York. It has to come from somewhere. Where did it come from? It just didn't just pop out of thin air. You know, I sent you the live. I want you to say your piece. You say you was there, so definitely. I'm gonna check. Oh shit, my fault. Yeah.
Amongst the hamburgers, nigga.
I do want to do this the next show, but you want to talk, so definitely. Oh, bro, this is why I laugh when y'all talk about New York. Kwame, you don't even want to be in New York. But the thing, like I said, how's he a founding? He's a founder, but he's not from L.A. The Blood started in L.A., right? How can you be a founder member if you are from New York? That's like me being a founding member of Crips. I can't be a founding member. I could be a part of a chapter. But if that's what y'all said, this is y'all, like I said, that's y'all. Who is it? And Deadeye is co-founder. But he's from L.A., that's the thing. How's he a co-founding member if he's from L.A.? That's Leonard, right? Deadeye is Leonard, right? Oh, Leonard. I'm sorry. If it's Leonard, my fault. So y'all just taking shit from LA? The fuck? Let me ask y'all a question. If this is LA shit, why isn't anybody from LA, part of the chapter? Give me a second, everyone. Because we're about to go on to the next one. Let me delete that. All right. You want to do it when we talk about the show, or you want to try to do it now? Because I'll let you do it now if you like. I'll let you do it now if you want. All right. Did you email me? I sent you my email, not you, Kwame. I know, that's what I said. I just gotta check because I don't think you're answering. Give me a second, everyone. I'm gonna check if he emailed me. V for Vengeance, you gotta email me. I sent the email already. And is it called United Blood Nation? Is this it right here? Blood Nation? United Blood Nation? No, I put my email address in the live chat. Now look at this. Because I said we looked it up. Founder. That's the founder. That's why I say, yo, OG that way. So definitely, yeah, hit the sub button. Baddie is a funny word. Oh shit, yo, crazy. All right, let's go to the next one. Yeah, man, I wanted to hear him talk. Now we're gonna do Tariq Nasheed.
Because listen, the Democrats are still trying to Africanize us, even though we have told them, look, we ain't on that. They've been trying to Africanize us nonstop. And y'all got to understand something about that whole Africanizing of our lineage. See, there's been this tendency to Africanize foundational Black Americans, and that's very deliberate. And that serves multiple purposes, family. Because one, what it does, it erases our unique ethnogenesis by constantly linking foundational Black Americans to Africa. That
I'll be right
denies
back,
us
everybody.
being our own unique ethnic group that emerged here in America, that in the country that we built from scratch. And that prevents us from getting the proper recognition. Similar to how Jamaicans and other Black ethnic groups, they're acknowledged. Also, what that does, that dilutes foundational Black Americans' contributions. See, everything that foundational Black Americans created, the music, the food, the clothing, political movements, they try to Africanize it. And then that diminishes the credit that we deserve, because instead of us being recognized as creators, we get portrayed as mere carriers of African traditions. Michael Eric Dyson does that a lot. They'll start talking about hip hop. Well, in hip hop, a lot of Black people were doing hip hop because it was an old ancient West African culture of the griot that would sit around the fire and then talk about it. Shut up, man. They love to talk about hip hop. We were doing this shit in Africa somewhere, and I always say, okay, then where's the African Nas?
All right, everybody, give
where's
me a
the African
second.
Scarface?
Yeah, Vengeance, do your thing. Let me see.
dance? Where's the African rockin'? See, somebody on the broadcast the other day was talking about how we got hip hop and all the music styles from Africa. Okay, damn it, where's the African Beyonce? Where's the African Whitney Houston? Where is the African Luther? It don't exist. We had a ethnogenesis with a whole new spiritual energy. We had a Majara spirit that gave us a whole new ethnic identity. That's why we sound different and our vibe is different. That's not to denigrate anybody. It's just different. We do things differently. You see? But also when they Africanize us, that's also justification for mass immigration policies, because when they frame us as just Africans in America, unquote, a lot of the policymakers and institutions, they justify prioritizing black immigrants over us under the guise of black unity. You see? Remember the other day when we were talking about immigration, we had some Hispanic dude trying to get us on the immigration train, and his argument was like, well, there's Haitians who's being deported too, like we're supposed to jump up with a cape. Okay, we're foundational black Americans. I mean, good luck to them, but that's not our issue. You see? Another thing they want to do by Africanizing us, see, that's a way for them to block lineage-based reparations and lineage-based policies. Because, see, if they constantly, continuously tie us to Africa, that weakens the argument that we are a specific group owed reparations for American slavery.
No, you don't, Double Edge. Y'all don't support black American artists. You steal their culture from them, yeah, but I don't think y'all support them. And it's been like that for a very long time. That's why y'all try to tether off our music. Y'all try to do the same thing. You got Tyler doing R&B music. You know, you got, world's best braider said it right. You just copy. The only people, I'm going to tell you this, the only Africans that ever give us credit, and I got to be personally honest, it's the French ones. The people who are in Paris, France, they give us our credit. You know? Hold on one second. Yeah, I don't see you, man. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can do something. Give me 1 second, Double Edge, and I'll get right with you. Camera sources, microphone sources, mic. Yeah, it's not working. Hey, V for Vengeance, Thursday. You got my email. We're gonna get this working. And you're gonna be my first. I might even do a whole show with you that day, all right? So yeah, man, I'm sorry. That's why I say it didn't work. Last time we was like fucking with it for a very long time. But yo, I'm gonna say this before me and Double A is really entertained. Thank you for the knowledge you are gonna give us. So I want to be the first one to say like thank you for the knowledge. You know, the New York prison stuff. That's why I always did my research and I said I thought it was OG Mac myself. The interviews I seen, he was always the face. I'm gonna say this: OG Mac was always the face. There would not put it this way: if he was the civil rights, he will be the Malcolm X of it. He will be the face of Nation of Islam. That's how OG Mac was. He had the look. He put in the work in. But they said the founder, when I looked it up, they said the founder was Leonard McKenzie. Deadeye. So I had to go by what I seen. I even said it was OG Mac the first time. It said it wasn't. So OG Mac wasn't the face of it? Who's the face of we'll talk about it on Thursday. We're not gonna let's entertain on Thursday. But yeah. Back to Double Edge. They never supported us. The only people who ever supported us was the French Africans. Because they did everything that we did. And they even said that. They said they will never move to America because their violence is... We'll talk about that on Thursday. They said our violence is too much for them. There's too many guns in America. That's what they said about in France. They said too many guns. Because I understand French a little bit. Listen, OG ran the entire show. You're probably right. I don't know. That's why I said I'll let you say your piece on Thursday. You know, I gotta go by what you said because you said you was there. I looked it up. We did the research, but if you was there, I'll go by you because you got the research. But other than that, let's get back to this. But yeah, Africans and Caribbeans never really supported us like that. They probably supported us because they're trying to get on. But I don't. Nah. They really never supported us. Because when we would tell them like, yo, that shit's offensive, they'll say we don't give a fuck. You know, they feel like they're always entitled to everything we get. So nah, I have to decline on that one. Double-edged sword.
Systematic injustices. You dig? And that allows the government to just lump us into this broader African category and make us comparable to immigrants. We really got to get off that African stuff. We just got to get off of it. It doesn't work for us right now, and it really hasn't at all. Also, what it does, it redirects a lot of our foundational Black American identity towards pan-Africanism, and the dominant society pushes pan-Africanism onto us while other Black ethnic groups are allowed to have their own identities. They never force Jamaicans to be pan-Africans. You notice that? You're never forcing Haitians to be pan-Africans. You're never forcing Trinidadians to be pan-African. You see?
You said Essence Awards? They Africanized the Essence Awards. They lost their originality when they did what they did this year. EL was there. He said that a lot of people didn't show up. A lot of people backed out. Oh, no. Tariq Nasheed said a lot of people backed out. EL said a lot of people didn't show up. And I think they did our sister, what's her name? Lauryn Hill dirty. And she's Haitian. I think they did her dirty. Made her perform without a lot of people there. And that's what happened when you Africanize stuff. When you start Africanizing things, this is what happens, Double Edge. I have to actually, we couldn't accept that. You know, and they did Louisiana dirty. It should have been, it should have been lit. It should have been super lit, but it wasn't. Hey, what's going on, Charlie Shaw? How's everything there? I saw a video. Most vendors didn't show up. See, yeah. V for Vengeance even said it. Yeah, she's Black American, like lineage. What? I think she's Haitian and Black American, right? I always thought she was Haitian. Or was I thinking about, was it? Yeah, I swear I thought she was Haitian. Either way, she's still our sister. It doesn't matter. She's still our sister. She rides out for Black people, you know? So I always will support Lauryn Hill. I don't even care if she's Haitian or not. She's a rider. Yeah, she's still a rider though. She's not Haitian. Yeah, she. Oh, okay. So yeah, I was right. Let's look this shit up. Jesus Christ, we're looking up a lot of stuff today. Give me 1 second, cause I do stuff for. Oh shit. I do stuff for Pornhub, but that's why I can't. Yeah, I do reaction videos for Pornhub. So if you see me, you're just gonna see me reacting. Are we thinking about Wyclef? We're probably thinking about Wyclef. Hold on. Ethnicity. Yeah, ethnicity. Yeah, it was Wyclef. That's why. That's why we always think she's Haitian, because of Wyclef and Dead Prez. Hey, yo, let me ask y'all a question, because y'all from New York. Was Dead Prez really a informant? Was he really an informant, or people are just making that shit up? I think people making it up. I hope he's not, man. African style. Yeah, she does. She love her African style, yeah. I'll say that. She's probably a Pan-African.
Also, when they try to Africanize us, that minimizes foundation of the Black American resistance and survival strategies that we cultivated here. See, the ways that we survived and resisted opposition through our spiritual practices, our Majora practices, our protest movements, we're falsely attributed to African traditions that being recognized as new systems that we develop in response to our unique experience.
Well, let's say this. She asked to be in an ordinary Caribbean. Oh, so yeah, she's black. She should win a Caribbean award because she used a lot of Caribbean music. So, I would say that Lauryn Hill used a lot of Caribbean music. I want to get a Haitian. Yeah, Haitian girls got good Haitian girls got good pussy, man. I will tell you that. Haitian girls. I love my Black American women, yeah, but Haitian girls got good pussy too, though. But I'll stay to my Black American women, though. I would say that. If I never go out with my baby mother again, I'll just stay with Black American women. I'm gonna be personally honest. Oh, damn conceited. Yeah, they are. Oh, it's low? Thanks. Is that better? I hope that's better. Thanks, EL. Yeah, you was at the Essence Award, right? Yo, was it wasn't that many people that didn't show up, right? Yeah, they were doing Jollof shit. Yo, they had like some Jollof meal for like $25, then some other shit with some meat for $30. Like, yo. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. She's Pan-African, you know. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just she knows her culture. She knows how to separate, you know. I will say that she knows how to separate. Nothing like facts. You're right about that, Double Edge. I love me some black women, man. Like, I always tell people all the time, I always went out with black women most of my life, blacks and Africans my whole life. I messed with a few Spanish women. And the kids was great boys. What are you talking? What's going on? World best Breda and Double Edge. Check out. Damn. Y'all just went left on me. But yeah, Yeah, that's facts. It's just I always see myself going out with a dark skinned woman. You know, never my baby mother, always a dark skinned woman. That shit just went dark to from a second with Double Edge and World's Best Braider. But the thing I must say is, I don't mind y'all doing that in my chat and stuff. I'll be personally honest. I let y'all go crazy. And the reason why I shouldn't be able to police y'all when y'all talk crazy, even to me. I let y'all talk crazy to me. I don't care. It's just it is what it is. You know. If we meet, we probably will have a good time hanging out with each other. So that's why I never really take it, personal. But let's get back into the video.
Random tribe that did something remotely similar in Africa 1,000
Yeah,
years
she
ago.
did.
You see? So we come up with a dance. Well, 2,000 years ago, there was the Watusi tribe that was doing the dance, and they were spinning on their elbow. That's where black people got it from. No. They always like to do that move. No, we developed certain things here in response to our unique experience. We were in the belly of the beast. We were dealing with this vile white supremacist on top of our necks nonstop. So we had to develop a culture of how to keep our head up being in that system. You see? And another reason why they like to Africanize foundational black Americans is because of cultural theft and economic exploitation. They like to steal our stuff. Many industries, the entertainment industry, academia, museums, they profit off our culture and then repackage it as African to make it more marketable globally.
Shabaka, it's the lineage. It's culture. That makes us different. We don't all have the same culture. That's why Haitians are different from Jamaicans. That's why Jamaicans are different from people from Costa Rica, Argentina. That makes us all different. We have different culture. This is what we've been trying to tell y'all. We have different culture. We have different lineage. We all don't have the same lineage. This is why you have more people against Pan-African than with Pan-African. Because y'all feel like y'all don't have to respect anybody. I have African genetics, and the people in the West that are black are not African. That name came from Jesse Jackson. Told you. I am. Shout out to I am. Salute. I said the same thing. Kwame called me crazy. He started talking about the 1800s. Yeah. He called me crazy. I am. He called me crazy. I said the same thing. But yeah, I'm here is right. Okay. Shout out to you, SP. What's going on? But yeah, it's just we all have different cultures, man. I think we need to let me tell you something. If you ever want somebody to support you, you got to support them. No matter if it's right or, and this is the difficult thing about it. No matter if it's right or wrong, you could tell them it's wrong. You could tell them it's not going to work. You tell them this is going to be divisive. If you support them still, they will always support you at the end of the day if they're a true ally. Black Americans has never really got support like that. Yes, from some people. From some people, yes, but not from all. Not for a collective, not for a whole group. A collective few, yes. And this is where, like, you know, you're mad at Black Americans, but you can't really be mad at us because of that. It's Jamaican, respectfully, he doesn't know anything. Yeah, he don't really know about Black American culture. You know, he's a Pan-African. A Pan-African probably told him, oh, yeah, black people got their culture from Africans. Not knowing everything was erased and stripped from them. They had to they had to rebuild a culture. And they rebuild a strong culture. Does the most against each other. No, that's what I'm talking about. Double edge logic. I'm going to say this. This is why I always tell you, I don't think you're Black American. You know, because for you to say that, it's only like 10% of Black people are doing that bullshit. Most of us is respectable, honorable people. And for you to shit on supposedly your people, it's fucked up. I would never, if I didn't know you, but I do know you, I wouldn't even trust you. Like, let's be personally honest. That's only 10% of Black people. And most of those people who are doing stuff, they're not even Black. They're Caribbean. They're African. When these people be saying, oh, yo, I'll never date a Black girl, most of those people got Caribbean background. Most of those people got African backgrounds. Look at Emmanuel Acho. He talk crazy about Black people, what Black people need to do, but he's a Nigerian. Oh, I went to a Black church, and I hung out with white people, so I know the best of both worlds. That's what type of coon shit that it sounds like, double edge. Like, that stuff is not true, man. It has never been true. Black people don't commit most of the crimes. You know? And if you really look at it, Black people don't get convicted like that. You might charge a Black person for a crime, but they don't get convicted like that. No. Yeah, because Black Americans, oh man, I wish you was here earlier. I'm here. I wish you was here earlier because we watched a video. I don't damn, do I want to do it again? I don't want to watch it. All right, how about this? Because we watched it twice. You could go back and watch it. It's the first or second video that we watched. It's a great video. You know, I'm going to say this. Black Americans are indigenous to America. They are native. This is their native land. Africa is not their native land. It hasn't been their native land in thousands of years. I got to be personally honest. You know, no, we're not mulatto. Mulatto is a horse and it's a derogatory term. Kwame, you got to be, Kwame, please don't ever talk about white people ever again. You got the most coonish, tethering talking points ever, man. I'm sorry. It's just you don't call nobody mulatto. It's a derogatory term. Dude, Big U ain't Caribbean. Okay, if we want to talk about that, what about all those people that are Crips? Most of them people are what's that country that Shine is from? Most of those people who are Crip in California, most of them are Panamanian. Is it Panamanian? Because there's a lot of Panamanian people down there in California that are Crips. Like you're trying to find wrong in the black community. That's why I said that's like 10% of black people that commit crimes. Belize, yeah. Most of those people in California are Belize. Thank you, SP. There's a lot of people that are black, but there's a lot of people that are Belize. OT Genesis, I believe, is Belize. You know? So that's why you always have to ask, where are these people from? That's why I said double-edged logic. I was like, When we start to delineate, we're gonna see if your kind is committing all these crimes and these frauds and these sexual assaults. It's not gonna look good. I bet you most of the crime is gonna go down on Black Americans. Yvette, man. I'm gonna be personally honest. I don't like Miss Yvette Kwame. I know she's for reparations, but I know Steph Curry is black. His father's black. The fuck? Yeah, it's just I'm not a biggie Miss Yvette fan. I didn't like how she did Miss Rachel. Is it Miss Rose Walsh? I didn't like how she did Miss OG. Yeah. I never been a big fan of it. This is why I said this delineation it's gonna be good. There's black Costa Ricans too. They make some good ass chicken and rice. Yeah, they do. They do. I ate some Costa Rican food. Yeah. Kwame Elijah. So you guys are racist towards light skinned black people. Yeah. See. Thank you, V for vengeance. Those people are black. You know. Yeah, it's Miss Francis. Yeah. I didn't like what she did to Miss Francis. But yeah, V for vengeance. I told him. I said they got white talking points. They got white people talking points. I think it's very ugly. It's very nasty. You know. They just. I mean, they said they got so much and created so much, but played the same drums for 100,000 a year. Yeah, it's just like. Put it this way, Africans can have the African drum. But they didn't contribute shit to it. They didn't contribute nothing to the drum. Black Americans did. The Latinos did. Other ethnic groups contribute more than what Africans contribute to the drum. They're the creators of it, but they didn't contribute nothing to it. You know?
And that prevents us from claiming full ownership of it and benefiting economically. You see? That stops us from benefiting from things economically. And also the fight of the psychological displacement and the disconnection from the land. See, by Africanizing us, that creates the idea that we're not native to the United States, which fuels the narratives like, well, y'all need to go back to Africa. See, that disconnects us from our historic homeland and our claim
Thanks,
to
DJ
American
X1.
land, wealth, and political influence. Family, we have to realize this is our land.
Thanks.
We are Aboriginal over here too. That has to be driven home. Family, if you look at old laws,
I'll be right back,
in this
everyone.
country, the white supremacists were special. They knew. They had certain laws saying that Negro, mulatto, and indigenous people will be slaves. They were very, 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 very explicit about this. In laws in Virginia, laws in South Carolina, they would make Negro, Indian, indigenous, and mulatto all terms that were damn near interchangeable. And they kept talking about these are the slaves. Mulatto, Negro, Indian, indigenous. These were the words they were using in these laws. You understand? Indigenous and Negro were damn near used interchangeably. And they were saying the indigenous people are going to be put in slavery too. They were talking about us, and we all got mixed together. That's what became foundational Black Americans. We became an ethnic group. The Africans and the indigenous people. We got to put all of that stuff in context.
Facts.
You see? Also, what they like to do is Africanize us so they can weaponize Black unity to silence our foundational Black American grievances. See, when foundational Black Americans, when we demand specific recognition or justice, specifically for us, especially reparations, what have we been hearing in the last couple of years? Come on, man. Y'all FBAs are so divisive. We all
Facts.
African.
I can believe that.
Come on. Everybody's, when it's time for us to get something, then we all African. Puerto Ricans run around talking about why are you trying to take credit for hip hop? We all African. Fat Joe was saying that shit. Y'all remember? Fat Joe was on that we all African shit. All of them start talking that we all African when it's time for us to get something. That's why that Africanizing us is real dangerous, because they weaponize that black unity against us, because they ain't trying to unify with us. When they get something, it's hands off. We can't touch it. We ain't all nothing. It's Latino, nigga. This is Latin explosion. You can't touch none of it. Let it be some Jamaican. Jamaican, nigga. It's jerk chicken. You can't touch it. I wanna name my liquor.
I want some jerk chicken right now. Jerk chicken. Yo, next week on Thursday, next Friday, I'm going to Boston, and I will be there for a little bit. I'm going to get some Jamaican food and go see my Grammy. Yeah, I'm gonna go see her because I'm looking for a new house too. Because I'm gonna say this, yo, this my channel's getting big, and one thing I'm gonna try to express to all of y'all should open up a channel, invest in this. Definitely, I'll watch all of y'all. I like what y'all be saying, especially Shabaka, Charlie Shaw, Kwame, know what? All of y'all should open up a channel. Definitely, I'll watch. Well, you can't say that, Kwame, because if we delineate, you'll have to go back to your country and cook the jerk chicken there. And technically, jerk chicken came from India. The seasonings came from India. So, yeah. The fuck, where you think the curry and all that came from? That shit wasn't y'all. The fuck? That was Kamala Harris's peoples. That wasn't your peoples, nigga. That was Kamala's people. Those are the motherfuckers who was washing the collard greens in the tub and shit. That was her people. Yeah. Oh shit. Let me find out Kwame's out here washing collard greens in the tub and shit. Oh shit.
Jorvay. Oh nope, you can't touch that. That's our word.
Oh shit.
Michael B. Jordan. Jorvay, that's Trinidadian. Don't you dare. That's culture appropriation. You can't touch our shit. All right, that's fine. Well, we're just going to be foundational black Americans getting our reparations. Oh, hey, nigga. Why are you so divisive? We're all the same, nigga. See, that's why the delineation movement is taken off. We didn't forget all that shit. I see some of the foreign flags in here. See, y'all want to know why the delineation is so strong? We never forgot all that little shit y'all were doing. The minute we try to touch your shit, y'all told us to kick rocks.
Yeah, y'all did
told
say
us
that.
to get our hands off your shit. We was like, okay, all right. Keep that same energy, though. All right? Let's keep that same energy. We'll keep our hands off. Yeah, we won't touch your stuff. Don't touch ours either. Wet, nigga. Wet. I didn't mean that. No, now that we done backed up off you and let you hold your own nuts, it ain't really working out like you thought it was gonna work out, huh? Y'all don't have us putting the cape on for you. Things ain't really popping like you thought it was gonna pop. Yeah, we got all our hands off. Yeah, we said, okay, we're gonna take hands off of everything. We just gonna let you do you. Now, cats get rounded up, and they where the FBA niggas? No, I'm over here drinking Jorvay. That's what I'm doing. I'm drinking this Jorvay. It's very good. I didn't know that y'all make good liquor like this, and I don't even drink. It's so delicious. But yeah, I'm here watching you drinking Jorvay, eating popcorn, and some Bammy and some jerk chicken while you getting sent back to your spot. Yeah. Yeah, see, y'all played a real funny style game, and here it is. But yeah, family, this is why it's very important to not let them Africanize us. You see? Don't let them do that. Don't let them do that because see, they like to control our black narratives and our movements. See, if we let the dominant society dictate that our black identity is strictly African based, see, that gives them control over who represents black people in politics, the media, education. You see? See, this ensures that the people are sympathetic to the dominant society's interests better rather than foundational black Americans. So they get to dictate, since we all black, they said, oh, good. So we're going to have Cynthia Erivo represent you guys. Like, uh-oh, wait a minute. And I just saw something where PBS got Cynthia Erivo and some other African chick singing tributes to Motown songs. And you know what? That's a thing that they do. They've been deliberately going out of their way to get these non-FBAs to sing Motown tributes. Y'all remember some years ago they had J-Lo non-singing ass up there doing a Motown tribute. Y'all remember that bullshit that everybody was like, what the hell is that about? They had J-Lo doing a Motown tribute, like Fantasia ain't standing right there, Jennifer Hudson ain't standing right there. Jazz.
Yeah, SP, I like my Jordans and probably my top 10s. Other than that, yeah, I'm good. Cortez has hurt my feet. I'm gonna be personally honest. Cortez, yeah, all those shits hurt my feet. And yo, what y'all doing out there wearing khakis? It's too hot for me wearing khakis out there. Y'all wildin'. Yeah, SP, you don't need to be wearing no khakis. Wear some shorts, you know, wife beater. Yo, you good, you know. Lowrider is American or personally, I don't know where that came from. I like my American cars. I'm gonna be personally honest, like the Corvettes and stuff like that. The lowriders and stuff, I can never really fuck with them like that. My uncle got a lowrider. Well, he got an old school car. But he's in Alabama though. He's on red dirt roads and shit like that. He's wildin'. Yeah, I like my Corvettes and my Camaros and shit. I used to drive BMWs all the time. I don't even like to drive them no more. You know, they're comfortable, don't get me wrong, but it's just a lot of maintenance. You know, I like my car sitting on 20s. Yeah, my joint's sitting on 20s. You know, pop the head roof back, probably the sunroof, you know, everything. You know, I like my American cars.
Sullivan ain't standing right damn there. What the hell you doing?
See?
That's for them to try to put all of these other people on our legacy. You understand what I'm saying? They do that to put these other people as the face of our legacy under this big global minority coalition, so that those faces can be associated with songs. Because remember, a lot of the Motown songs, those songs were hot during the civil rights movement. When you think of Motown, a lot of times you think of the civil rights movement. So the dominant society want to infuse these tethers into our historic lexicon.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I had to get a second car, man. I had to get a second. I barely drive my BM. You know, I had to get a second car, and after I got an American car, I was like, yo, I'll never go back. I like my 2 doors, you know. Get the Tahoes, yeah, it's all American. Cadillac, what is that? I heard black people save Cadillac. I heard, I don't know if it's true, but I heard black people save Cadillac, you know. All white people want separation from FBI. But the thing about it, Kwame, let me tell you this. If they do, they're going to lose a lot of money. They don't want to separate from black people. Black people create too much stuff. Like, let's personally be honest. We create too much stuff. We got a, what is it? We got a $1 or $2 trillion, $1 or $2 trillion in spending money and stuff like that. Yo, they make money when they're in the black communities. They can't, if they do, yo, if they ever leave us, they'll be fucked. Just in general. You know? That's why, when you want to hear crazy theory? My theory is this is why they made passports. Because they didn't want black Americans to leave. If black Americans would leave America, this country would be fucked. You know, black American controls a lot in America that we don't even know that we control. Like, we're starting to know, like, let's be personally honest. A lot of people are starting to understand that they got voting power. Black Americans have voting power. You know? And I always tell people that you need to hijack your vote. If these people ain't gonna try to do anything for you, don't vote for nobody. Just say best of luck and move on to what you was doing.
Saying, and that's very deliberate. We got to understand how these people move and operate. That's why we should have been delineating a long time ago. We should have been gatekeeping our culture a long time ago, family. Let's get AVM. AVM, hop on, dear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Oh, hi.
Double edged. They already tried the separation, and you know what happened when they separated? Black Americans created communities that were prosperous, that was striving to greatness. It was striving to greatness. That's why they had to burn down Tulsa. Because they did that shit within, 10 to 20 years. And they said, if they give them another 10 years, they're going to pass white America. Yeah, Wall Street. Yup, you already know what I'm talking about. Black Wall Street. They burned that motherfucker down. They had to. Then what's so crazy about it, those people were fighting. They had it. That was the first airstrike on American soil, was when white supremacies bombed Tulsa. They literally bombed it and turned it into a fucking cemetery. Like, in 2019, they found over 120 bodies or some shit like that of black people. Some had babies in them. Yeah. But that's the thing. Black America is starting to leave these entertainments and start making their own. Yes. That's what, let me tell you something. This is what all these hidden color movies was about. Those documentaries was about that. Stop telling people that they can tell our story. That's why Tariq Nasheed was making Hidden Colors and buck breaking and stuff like that. He was tired of white supremacists telling our stories from slavery. Telling us that we were slaves and that's it. And he's digging up, going researchers, talking to these honorary people and stuff like that. That's how we found out who was Dr. Umar. We didn't know Dr. Umar other than that. Fact, yeah, that was that Georgia or Florida, or that somewhere else? Yeah, that was the whole thing about that. If you don't like Tariq Nasheed, you got to thank Tariq Nasheed on that. You have to thank him on that because at the end of the day, nobody wasn't doing that before him. Like he just went buck crazy with that shit. He went crazy on that shit. And that's where we have to give credit for was the Hidden Colors. It made, you know what? It made legends out of people. We knew who Dr. Umar was. We knew what's her name, who was on Donahue, the lady who was wearing the kufi hat. Yeah, Florida. I knew it was one of those. Rosewood too. Yeah. We got to give credit, man. And he was talking about Africa. He was helping y'all Africans out. He didn't have to. He did shit on Jamaica. Now he wants to do stuff for black Americans. There's a fucking problem. This is the disconnection. I'm gonna say this, and we're gonna move on to the next video because it's already almost 4 hours. But this is the disconnection with Africans, African Caribbeans, versus foundational Black Americans. Oh, no, you're good. I'm gonna say this. The disconnection is Africans and Caribbeans think because we helped y'all, because y'all disrespect us, we let that shit slide for so many years. But this is a new generation that don't let shit slide. You could talk about all the civil rights shit all you want. It doesn't add up for how much disrespect that y'all have towards us. You know? It's just, we gotta we're tired of that shit. We're tired of y'all, even with the double edge when he said, oh yeah, black people commit a lot of crimes. And there's only 10% of black people out of a little bit more than 40 million black people. 10% of people commit those crimes. Or even, we can even say 5 once we find out what lineage they are. Those type of talking points doesn't slide anymore because we got the answers for your questions. But you cannot get mad. You cannot talk about xenophobic, all this other phobia and shit like that, or all this hateful shit because we want to delineate from y'all. We are tired of just being disrespected. We're tired of being undermined. If you're gonna undermine us under your lineage, under your own help. Don't ask us for help. Create your own communities. Create your country. Go fix your country. Don't talk about the crime we do, and your country is crime driven. Oh yeah, Chicago. Look at your country. Babies are getting kidnapped and getting sex trafficked. Like, do we really want to talk about crime? Where's your family? Yeah, we can't talk about crime. We cannot talk about crime. Crime is crazy. And only thing, let me tell you something. Only thing that Black American has ever been done, we invited y'all motherfuckers from the cookout. We brought y'all into our spaces. We even let y'all cosplay us. We even gave y'all credit that y'all didn't even deserve. But now that shit stopped because at the end of the day, y'all overdo the shit. Y'all overdone it. We want our lineage back, and we don't want to fuck with y'all. We don't want to fuck with y'all no more. We just want to say best luck to you and good luck. And we on our way. Y'all can do all y'all Pan-African shit all y'all want. Y'all can keep that Pan-African bullshit. And every motherfucker who want to go with you who's black, take it. I don't want it. I don't want nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. To me, Pan-African is the motherfucking devil. It is no different to white supremacy. And the reason why I say it's no different from white supremacy, because it makes black Americans look bad for no reason. And it lies on black America. They lie on black America. Then when we debunk it, you come up with another lie. Y'all never been there for our own interests. Only thing y'all ever cared about was Africa. Now you can have 100% focusedness on Africa. You don't need us. You don't even like us. We already know y'all don't like us. What do you have? We don't. Shabaka, you shouldn't care. You should just care about going to Africa. helping out your African brothers. You don't care about Black America. Yeah, but y'all not here for us. You're here for the Africans. You're here for the Caribbeans. You're here for even the Afro-Latinos. You're not here for Black America. You're here to disrespect Black America. Dr. Umar did the same thing. Yeah, facts. That's how he feels. That's how, yo. Let me tell you something. Y'all have a lot of, oh shit. Give me a second. All right, I think I know how to do it next time. I guess it should. But yeah. I'm gonna be personally honest. Over chat screaming like you're stolen the bush. You still a freaking primate. Yeah, it's some crazy shit like that. Let me say this, and I'm gonna be personally honest. You will never liberate us. You'll never bring us together, because at the end of the day, you want us to leave without y'all want us to leave without our debt being paid. That is y'all. That is the problem with y'all. Y'all want us to run because y'all ran. The best thing for y'all is to do is run. That's what y'all saying to us. You supposed to run. Yeah, but the thing about it, they want us to run back to supposedly the people that sold us. Run to the country to the people that sold us. Like, why the fuck would I want to go back to Africa? Why the fuck would I care about Africa? If that shit burns down, I don't give a fuck. And I'm going to be personally honest. Africans, most of y'all Africans, let me tell you something. Majority of y'all Africans are very cool. But the other Africans, they fucked it up for y'all. They fucked it up for you. People like Shabaka and Kwame. Instead of like, yeah, I know you don't agree with what we said, but how can we fix this? They have no solutions. All they want to do is point fingers. There's no solution. We gave y'all the solution. We need to worry about what we need to do. Then we could come back to y'all and help y'all. Other than that, we can't help y'all. They get mad at us because we don't want to help them no more. This half of the continental U.S. with Spanish names to prove that where did they flee from? Prove that we didn't flee anywhere. We were all over the entire Southwest. Minding our own. But let me tell you what fucked up, SP. You should get mad at your ancestors for selling the motherfucker. Because the Southwest is a hot commodity. And I think y'all could have benefited off of it, but it's just... I think y'all should have just fought it out. Y'all had Black America. Y'all had what y'all call Black Americans over there fighting for y'all too. I think y'all should have held out longer. Because let me tell you who else did the same thing. You probably won the war, but you didn't win the fight. Haitians did that. You know? Haitians did that. Haitians fought. They won the war, but they didn't win the fight. Because they were paying France for the next 200 years. Or 150 years. That's my mother's DNA test. That shit's not even real. How the fuck you know if I'm from Benin or not? My family had a big ass ethnogenesis. Really, Shabaka, you gotta look at that. If, like I said, this is the shit I'm talking about. I'm telling him my family had an ethnogenesis. Just because I told him my mother had the little ancestor, was it 23andMe and bullshit? And said that it was more that my family was, if my family was from Africa, they would be from Benin. But Benin hasn't been Benin for the last 200, 300 years. They changed the name to Benin. They have been colonized. Those were all tribes, the Igbo tribe and shit. I'm gonna go to Benin. Oh, I'm from Benin. They're gonna ask me what tribe am I from? The Red Tribe? The fuck? I ain't from no fucking Benin, man. I love Benin. Don't get me wrong. I love Benin. Benin has great culture, but I'm not from Benin. These immigrants are a defeated people. Yeah, they defeated. They comply with white supremacy. And that's why I always say if you ever notice, I never say white people, I always say white supremacists. And the reason why I say white supremacists, because most of those people go by a system. And not only white people follow it, Africans follow it, Caribbeans follow it, Asians follow it, Indians follow it. You know, these people follow these systems. Pan-Africanists follow it. Coons follow it. You know? You can be whatever the hell you want. Yeah. You know? It's just... like I said, what fucks it up is that we were reclassified. That's what fucks it up. These people that were, that's why I said to SP, was it, how many times I said that to you, SP, that like most of us was already here? And you was like, I don't really believe that. And I always say, I was like, there was only 400,000 Africans that came to America, but there's 40 million black Americans. I said that number doesn't add up how they were black Americans. It's just, I was explaining it's like, that we have so much mixtures in us, from blacks to Native Americans. Not Native Americans like Native Indians, but natives. We are native to this land. You know, that's why we look the way we look. We don't look. You could tell if a person from West Africa and East Africa was near me, you could tell that I wasn't none of them. You could be like, oh yeah, that he's from America. That man right there is from America. You know? You know, I'm glad I had this conversation with y'all. One more video. I think this video is short. I'm gonna do this half. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check on my little bit.
Speaking of Somalian, the Somalian guy here, or Sudanese. I mean, he's Somalian. There's a Somalian flag. 4ZR. What's up, brother?
What's good, Trick? How you doing?
I'm good. Are you Somali, right?
Correct. Is that wrong?
Are you in Canada?
Yeah, I think we spoke before. Yeah. I have a question, if you're going to allow me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, man. Actually, yeah, one of it is that I don't know why you guys trying to tweak history and rewrite it respectfully, but this, like, you guys can't. The fact that you guys are actual descendant of African. Would you disagree with that?
We're descendants of Africa?
Yeah, an actual African. Yeah, your phenotypes, the way your physiques, literally is identical to the West Africans. And in here, you guys just trying to sugarcoat each other, trying to, and it's really, disingenuous in my opinion. Of course, it's not the popular opinion here.
How come we can tell the difference and they can tell the difference? How come we can see when they're not?
Well, subjectively, Tariq, I don't know if you want to blindside yourself, but if I look at you and I compare yourself to, let's say, a Nigerian guy, like you guys literally look the same. Of course, you can be a little bit lighter. Of course, you can linguistically be a little bit different. Of course, you, genetically, maybe like your DNA might have what they call separated from the original African because you tend to live in North America for the past 500 years. But it's still, you still have some of those phenotypes. You still have the facial structure. You still have the physique. So would it be wrong me calling you West African? And why you want to desperately distance yourself from the West African? Is it because past grudges that or past bad interaction that you had with them? Like, where is it really? I'm just curious.
Okay, then where in West Africa are they allowing me to come in as a citizen without any red tape?
Well, oh, so it's just past grudges or bad interaction?
No grudge.
Because like facts are the facts.
No, stop. No, don't ask me something and then talk over me when I answer it. If you ask a question, I'm gonna answer it. Come on, don't trump your way out of this thing because we're gonna go there.
Yeah.
If I'm a West African, why don't I get easy citizenship from any of those West African nations?
Okay. Good question. Okay. The reason, I don't know. Okay, first of all, it's not wrong to say what you don't know that I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Okay, but I can give you a reason.
There you go.
If you can let me speak,
I
let me speak.
You said you just gave an answer. You said you don't.
No, but I'm just expand on it.
No. If you don't know, there's nothing to expand on. That means you don't know. So right now you're about to babble. You don't know. So let me talk. I know we ain't African. We're not continental African, sir. That's why we don't get citizenship. We're not continental Nigeria.
Descent of African, Tariq. That's
descendant of,
correct.
Listen, everybody on the planet descended from Africa, sir. Everybody. So,
but why are you trying to say that you're from North America though? Why you trying
everybody
to
descended
align a little bit with the indigenous Indian? Why you try to align with a little bit European admixture, sir, which could be true, but the predominant.
Slow down. You're not going to talk over me. Everybody descended from Africa. Why is it that we're the only group that's supposed to just hang on to centuries old African DNA while everyone else can enjoy their ethnogenesis? Why can't we enjoy our ethnogenesis? Go ahead.
Because it's called the cultural genocide. When the Jews, if I'm allowed to say that, when they brought you guys here, they, and with the help of the white too, right? They did a cultural genocide. They wiped you guys' culture away, but you guys somehow what they call preserve like the dreads, like the braids. You guys kind of like eat like the beans, like
The thing about it, double edge, I can talk for that. We're not scared, but we are tired of people cosplaying us, then disrespecting us, then manipulating all our policies, getting your people policies and not getting our people policies. Why people so mad? Why people care now? It's because shout out to GPGH. They're mad because they're scared because if we delineate and we have these names, they can't get these scholarships no more. They're not going to get these type of resources. They're going to have to start their own resources. You know, they're going to have to fight for their own resources where like they're going to have to get their own. Like, say, if they come to a country, they're not going to get the Section 8 and stuff. They're not going to get the Section 8. You know, they're not going to get, food stamps and all that other stuff. And that's why they took the 14th Amendment away from them, because that wasn't for them in the first place. You know? Hold on one second, everyone. Yeah, they're not going to reap the benefits of being, like I said in the beginning, they can't reap the benefits of the title black. So when when Juneteenth come and stuff like that, the Caribbeans can't tether off of that. they can't go for those awards and stuff. Like when Black History come in, there's a award ceremony. They can't tether off of that. It's just they're scared. They're gonna have to fight for everything themselves. I don't get handouts. Yeah, y'all did get handouts. All of y'all got handouts. All of y'all got handouts. Y'all didn't come over here with no motherfucking money. Y'all came over here getting Section 8, welfare, everything. Food stamps, free health care. Y'all was getting everything. And they're about to cut that shit off of y'all. For y'all, they're about to cut all of that. No, well, yeah, you can't get it without no. Well, no. Wait, I'm gonna say this. If your state is a sanctuary state, you can get it. So all those people that was going to Chicago, Massachusetts here, New York, they were getting all those free benefits. They were getting all of that. I don't know how it is in California, but yeah, they were getting those free benefits. That's why when ICE came or when Donald Trump came, all of them, packed out, went to Florida. You know? Well, the Puerto Ricans is talking like that, Breda, because they can't get deported. They are American territory, you know? They should have, but they should be scared too because they might turn Puerto Rico into an independent country. You know?
The Louisiana cuisines, those still retain a little bit of African influences still, because slavery heavily influenced there, and the slavery there lasted longer than.
Slow it down. What Louisiana cuisines did we get from Africa? Name them.
Like some of the cuisines in the South tend to contain a lot of African influence.
Like what?
Like a lot of it. I can't name it at the top of my head.
Name one. If you're gonna say something, you better show an example. Name one. What?
Just search up. There's a reason why there's Google, right?
No. There's a reason why that you can't back up because it was a lie.
No, it's not. You can look it up and then fact.
Right. Oh no. There was a lot of people running in Massachusetts undocumented. Oh yeah, they were running. They were getting busy over here. They were robbing and everything. I remember I had a pistol whip somebody from the illegal gambling spot. I had a pistol whip somebody. I'm a licensed carrier, so yeah, pistol whip that motherfucker. Bow. Venezuelan dude trying to rob motherfuckers. Yeah, they be trying to get busy. Can't get busy in Boston. Oh no.
Right now, I literally.
Sir, if you say something, it's your job to prove what you're saying.
Not a beggar.
But I'm not a machine to read.
They're not a beggar. They're a flea, Shabaka.
You say something that you knew you were lying about.
That's why the information I want to put it out there so you guys can go double check.
No, you're just saying stuff, sir, which proves my.
Okay, we're all talk on this. Can I proceed?
So no, because if you say something and then I ask you to elaborate and you start babbling, that means you deliberately.
I'm not happy about the. And I had to talk over you. You asked me about cuisines,
right?
And I named you few.
No, you didn't. I said what food?
Right, give me a second.
The chili. Example, the chili. Okay, perfect example. The chili. Okay, it contains ground beef, tomato, and beans. Okay, if you look at West Africa and actually the rest of Africa, the sub-Saharan Africa, most of their cuisine, like their red sauce with the meat and the beans, they eat it with. Some of them eat it with rice. Some of them eat it with plantain. Some of them eat it with fufu.
What's red sauce made out of? What's red sauce made out of?
Red sauce is made from mostly, tomato, obviously.
Tomatoes not to West Africa, sir.
But come on, like you talk about fruit specifically, like tomatoes and fruit.
Oh,
I don't.
Goodness freaking tomato.
But why you want to focus on the tiny details? Are you not getting like
tiny
general?
Details? If you say you said it, sir. Tomatoes are indigenous to West Africa, sir.
That's not what we're saying. Bro, okay, listen. Tomato. Okay. What do you think tomato is from? What do you think?
Here.
North America.
Yeah.
So you say 500 years ago there was no tomato in Africa?
Tomatoes are not indigenous to West Africa, sir.
Indigenous. Okay. That's a clear distinction.
No,
So there were
brought they brought the tomatoes to West Africa from here.
No, I will happily disagree.
What you mean you disagree? It's either true or not true.
Because tomato was widely used across Africa because it was brought by the Muslims and the Moors, and East Africa same thing. Ethiopia, there was tomato that were used in Ethiopia, in the Horn of Africa, in North Africa, and it reached all the way to the sub-Saharan
No,
Africa.
sir.
Or you're trying to say it otherwise.
Tomatoes are native to the Americas, sir.
Okay, I won't disagree with that, but are you suggesting?
Sir, Spanish explorers started to bring tomatoes to Europe, and then they brought it to Africa later. Before 500 years, there were no tomatoes in Africa, sir.
Okay, we don't want to get stuck on a little petty style, but could you address my main point that I asked earlier, which is why you guys try so hard to distance yourself from the actual African and try to shove that under the bus, which is the fact that clearly you guys descended from Africa.
Sir, listen.
Facts, Charlie. You're right about that.
No one distanced themselves from Africa more than you. And
you clearly do. You do.
Sir, you flee from Africa the first thing smoking. You're not even there now. You're in.
Okay. Like last time,
you distance yourself.
I'm not gonna do personal attack to you.
That's not a personal attack. Y'all distance yourself from Africa. We're from there. No. That's a projection. You're the one fleeing the hell from Africa, trying to distance yourself. We're not from there. We're not continental Africans, sir. We're from Africa the same way everybody on the planet is from Africa. We're not continental Africans, sir. We haven't been in Africa for centuries. You're the one who hopped on an inner tube and got the hell up out of there, sir. That's not a personal. That's a reality.
All right, Tariq. So don't turn to Kim Jong. I know
own hatred and disdain for Africa onto us. You hate your homeland. You can't stand your homeland, sir. Let's keep it a buck. Let me get my brother Mikhail in here. Let me get.
But I wasn't done talking. Don't turn to Kim Jong Un, Tariq. Like, can I speak?
Okay.
Like, respect.
Okay, I'm gonna get my brother Mikhail. I'm not turning into Kim.
Yeah. Bring your wingman, but give me a little.
No. I want to have him bring some clarity. I want to have him bring some more clarity to it.
Yeah, you guys can both team on me, but
nobody's beating up on you. Just facts. If you say something, we need people who's going to correct.
I just one question.
Oh no! Slow down.
But you're calling a reinforcement?
No, not reinforcement. This is a conversation.
It's clear. Okay, go on.
All right, brother Mikhail, hop in, sir.
Great Minister of Code.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Yep. Mm-hmm.
He
Brother
said,
Forzier.
Yeah. What you got to say to me? You gonna address my point, or you just gonna like to?
Yeah, I'm gonna address your point. How long were the Somalis dominated and occupied by the Arab sultanates? How long, sir?
You're wrong, sir.
I asked you a question. How long did the Arabs control Somalia? That's a simple question,
Perfect question. I like you guys. I will answer, but don't beat me and don't rush me, okay?
How long? Just answer the question. How long?
Okay. You're constantly talking over me. Can I answer
It'll take you 5 seconds. Just answer the question, sir.
There were 0 Arab sultanates, and all the sultanates in the Horn of Africa were indigenously Somali. All the sultan. Yeah.
Okay. Everyone knows, and they're very smart people in this room, sir. We're scholars. In fact, many of us are genius. We know that the Arabs controlled Somalia from the Middle Ages to the early modern period, meaning 19th century, sir. These are facts. Now let me ask you a question.
You can call it fact and perceived.
Many of your people carry the genetic markers, I would even say the haplogroup, R and J. Do you know what that means, sir?
No, explain yourself. I'm not
Sure.
into the genetic. Explain it.
That's okay.
You're trying to say.
I'll help you with that. It means that many of you people are genetically Arab, and your minds are Arabized.
Can I tell
Did
you
you know
why?
that?
You
Did you
can
know
spell
that?
punch up and then cut me up and draw me,
So,
but can I fact check
right.
you?
So my next question is: Are
Why
you
you not to
more?
just I have to
Are
address?
you? Do you have more in common with the so-called
No, no,
Ethiopians and
that's not
Eritreans,
Eric.
or the
That's.
or the Yemenites?
Can I
Hmm?
speak?
I ask you a
But you
question.
just made a point.
Do
Can I
you
address?
have more in
Can,
common, sir, with the so-called
Somalis? I,
Ethiopians, the people of
no, they
Djibouti, the people of
no, they,
Eritrea, or
oh
the
my God.
Yemenites? I ask you a
You
question,
just
sir. Answer the question. Just answer
no,
the question.
you made a bold claim. I just want to address, and then you can
I
proceed
ask
to
you a
like
question.
first. But can I just address that one point,
Hurry.
which is you said Somalis are mixed with Arabs? You're clearly wrong. If you know the Horn of Africa, which you acted like you are, okay, and
So what?
I
So
don't want
what? So what? So what does
Facts.
haplogroup J and haplogroup
no
R mean?
fabricated.
Who carries
That's just
that haplogroup, sir?
everyone kind of can go search it up. The Somali genetic phenotype, I mean DNA, whatever, right? You can trace it.
Okay, so
They
you're stuttering and stammering, and you're wasting my
no, no,
time. But last
no, they
question: what does Somali mean?
fact check you. Then you want to run away from the point.
I
It
ask
is
you a
what it is.
question. What does Somali mean, sir?
Somali means Somali. It derived from the word Somali, and that was a figure that the Somali people descended from.
Okay, sir. All right.
Yeah, you
Okay.
looking
Yeah, see, I'm
40.
answering you guys'
Somali
questions.
Somali means go milk. So
Oh,
go
that's
milk your camel. All right. Thank you, dear brother. I'll laugh
he
and
said
thank you
go
for the
milk your
opportunity to
camel.
speak. Love you all.
There you go.
No, you're welcome. So, Tariq, you gonna answer my point, or you gonna drop me?
No, no. Okay, what's your point? What's your point again, sir?
Yeah, it's just the question that you've been struggling with, which is why you guys try to not claim West Africa but tend to claim American Indians and some of the European admixture that you guys have had in the
We claim
in
land because this is the land that we're on, and we claim this country because this is the country that we built and we've cultivated the culture of. We are the only true Americans. Other groups brought in other cultures. We did not. We did not immigrate here.
But why you guys call yourself African American, but the Europeans don't call themselves European Americans?
We don't.
In a sense, they're trying to act like the land belongs to them more than you guys, and they're trying to paint you guys as migrants in a way when they those connotations.
God damn. We do not use the term African American. We're getting away with that. The term African American was given to us in 1988 by the Democrats through Jesse Jackson to make us comparable to immigrants. We are not using that term. We are using the term foundational Black American because we are foundational to the United States, sir. Why would we claim Africa? Why would we claim Africa? And if we would claim Africa, that would mean everybody else on the planet would have to claim Africa, right?
Okay, Tariq, the reason why you gotta claim Africa is because it's the continent that you descended from, and secondly, the FBA created the term foundational Black America, but prior to that, the most popular what they call term was African American, which is widely used in the media, in the social life, and you guys normalize it, and all of a sudden the FBA trying to make it seem like, oh, that's a bad connotation, like, or that's a bad word. Like, in a way, you're contradicting yourself.
No, not, sir. There's a reason why the dominant society pushed the term African American to make us comparable to immigrants. Let me ask you this. Why is it so important to you that we acknowledge Africa? Why is it so important to you?
Perfect question, and don't cut me off. You know, you hear, because I'm not one of those racist ones, okay? Because I want that. I want the propaganda picture that the American machine makes about Africa to be washed from you guys' head. And actually, when Africa is prosperous and peaceful enough for you guys to come travel to, I want you guys to come travel and explore the the continent that you guys actually descended from, with peace and harmony, and actually learn from the culture and the locals, bro.
Why
That's
us to
what
go over there so bad?
but you distance yourself from
So
that
why
and
do you want us?
grab.
Why do you want us to go over there?
Say it again.
Why do you want foundational Black Americans to go over there so badly?
Because that's what they call Malcolm X wanted. That's what MLK, whatever his name is, wanted. That's what Muhammad Ali wanted. That's what all the good Black African Americans that are not corrupted by the Jews and the degeneracy that goes on today
You
wanted.
True. That wasn't true.
No, that is actually
Malcolm X was not. Let's all pack up and move to Africa.
Bro, he wanted to Nigeria. He wanted to Egypt.
He visited. No. No, hold on. Dr. King wasn't doing that. No, you just lying on everybody. Dr. King wasn't talking about packing up going to Africa. Dr. King was talking about getting reparations over here. Dr. King talked about how important we were to the United States. He was talking about getting our check. Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali, they weren't talking about packing up, moving to Africa. They weren't talking. Yeah, they visited. They were both students of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was not a pan-Africanist. Don't let anybody tell that lie. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was not a pan-Africanist. He really didn't speak on Africa like that. Nor did he teach the brothers and sisters in the nation to speak like that, to make it seem like we got to be on some pan-Africanism stuff. No. So, sir, just don't be up here saying stuff. All right? Some of us know better. Just don't be. We know history, sir. But go ahead. Just wanted to.
I heard you. But my point is the thing that I'm presenting and the thing that I'm saying, is it not coherent? Is it what I want for
Facts.
African, what they call American? Is it not coherent? Is it not what they call viable? Is it not nice to actually go see where you guys descended from? And you seem to have a problem with it, and do you mind expanding on it?
Where did we descend from in Africa?
I don't want to confine you to one location, but
generic Africans,
the whole continent.
Generic Africans. We're just not generic Africans, sir.
I know you're not.
Jesus Christ.
Aren't you the funeral?
Hold down. Aren't you in Minnesota? You're in Minnesota right now, right?
You Somalian?
No, I'm not. Personally, I'm from Canada. I told you that.
But I thought, yeah.
I'm gonna say this. You know what? I'm gonna land. Reason why I'm gonna land, cause I got something to say. I think these Pan-Africans, these liberals, the civil rights trying to Africanize us, and we have no emotional attachment to Africa. Do they have a great culture? Yeah, of course, everybody has a great culture. Even Haitians, Trinidadians, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, they all have great cultures. But that's not our culture. That's not our culture. My issue always been with Africans and even certain Caribbeans is that we're telling you what our culture is. We're explaining what our culture is. You have an issue with it, you know? You have an issue with us saying that, yo, we're not Africans. And I always have to explain to people, that is not your choice to tell us what we are. You tell us once, give us some advice. Oh, I advise you, do some research on this. I could say fuck you or no. This is the research that I'm giving. I have done research. I have listened. I have listened to people like Shabaka and Kwame and Double Edge. Then I have listened to people like Professor Smalls that says he's a foundational Black American and a Pan-African. Because he said his lineage is foundational Black American. That's his lineage. But all this like Tariq bashing and all this other stuff, all you do is just push people away. Yeah, push people away, and we look at you as, like I said, a white supremacist. The shit that y'all do is white supremacist. White supremacy-ish type of thing. I had to fix it. And at the end of the day, I'm going to say this. Pan-Africanism is not going to survive anymore. I don't even think it's going to be around in the next 20 years. I'm going to be personally honest. It's going to be gone. First of all, you push people away. You got people like Dr. Umar scamming and panhandling. And then we got the aggressive type of people. People don't want to deal with y'all aggressive type of people, especially black people. You doing the same thing that white supremacy do. Undermining us. Talk to us like we don't know anything. Just the whole 9 yards. We said foundational black American is our lineage. That's our lineage. We didn't say that's our descendant. Everybody descendants from Africa. Even white people. I told you that. I didn't say you was wrong. I said, I'm talking to double-edged logic too. I never said that you was wrong, that we are descendants from Africa. We said our lineage is American. We haven't been in Africa for centuries, for thousands of years probably. We have never said that we're not African. We just say our African culture and all that other stuff, all our culture and our lineage does not come from Africa. We know nothing about Africa. We think y'all niggas eat monkey brains and bushmeat. You know? Do we want to know? Probably not, because those are the motherfuckers that sold some of our brothers. Because there was 4% of Africans that left. So y'all sold 4% of those motherfuckers. So you know what? We don't like you for that shit. Y'all helped the white man. Then you have the audacity to talk about Pan-African and solidarity and unity. We don't need to hear that bullshit. Man, fuck them countries. I'm going to be personally honest. Fuck them countries. My mother don't know shit about Africa. The fuck she know about Africa? My mother got her master's in mental health psychology, nigga. What the fuck my mother know about Africa? My mother probably think y'all niggas is running around there with y'all booty cheeks hanging out. Shabaka, you always saying that. My mother don't know nothing about Africa. My mother's ancestors haven't been in Africa in over thousands of years. We don't even know if Benin was existing at that time. This is the shit that we talk about. We are aboriginals to this country. But you're just mad because we could take ownership of it. Y'all can't take ownership of it. Y'all can't take ownership of it. And I'm going to say this to everybody. It is time to cut these niggas off. We could fuck with them, we could laugh with them, but when it comes to our policies and stuff, we gotta leave these niggas behind. We gotta throw these niggas under the bus. I'm sorry, they threw us under the bus so much. With the Kamalas, the Westmores, the fucking Baron Donalds, and they don't police none of them motherfuckers. So it's our time to stop fucking with these people if they can't control their people. And I'm gonna give my shout outs right now. Give me a second, everyone. Damn, y'all got busy today. Okay. So shout out to World's Best Braider. Shout out to I'm Here. Shout out to Charlie Shaw, Shabaka, Double Edge Logic. Shout out to you. Damn, what was it? Kwame. Borrow Time, shout out to you, Borrow Time. Hold on, let's go in my top one. Bro, this beta. DJ X1. Who's this? V for Vengeance, Double Edge. I already said Double Edge. Nene. Same day plan or something like that. Was it EL 5261? I said Shabaka, Raw Truth, shout out to you. Juano, shout out to you. Goddess Centric, shout out to you. Black T, shout out to you. Freedom, damn, what that is? Frida Smith, I think. Randall, shout out to you. DJ Big, shout out to you. GPGH, shout out to you. Tamerica, was that Barrington? I forgot your name. Mahalaya. And if I forgot you, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, same plan parlay. Shout out to you too. And if I forgot you, I apologize. It's just it didn't pop up. But shout out to y'all and thank you for enjoying the show. Even if you disagreed with us, I'm just glad that y'all participated. You know, and hopefully to see you probably later on or tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm doing Sincerely My Paramour, so it's a different channel. But just you could come and enjoy it. It's more sexual, life experience, dating advice, my old swinger stories, just stuff like that. The topic is Spit or Swallow, men's desire. So that's going to be an interesting topic. What do guys like? We got to worry about the guys first. Then I'm thinking about throwing the women in there, so just to get a women's crowd, so that's gonna be super dope. But again, thank you. I appreciate everything. This show, I actually love this show, and I just love talking to y'all, even if y'all don't agree. Oh yeah, shout out to SP. Sorry, SP. But yeah, shout out to all y'all. Y'all did awesome. Y'all got busy in the live chat. We got a few subscribes. Thank y'all. I appreciate it.